Welcome in. How is everyone doing today? Oh, today's Friday, that's right. Hey, Carla. There is no new news. Now, I did call DHR out of Alabama. I did make a video about it. You guys can check that out. So, let me see who we can get in here today. Taps and shares if you guys could, please. Let me get this shared out. So who's all in here? Okay, we got a lot of people in here. What's up, Carrie, Oreo, JC? Now, who all in here watched the video? Hello, how you feel? Are you feeling better?
No, I'm not that great, but I'm all right. I appreciate it, though.
So, I have the Fayette DHR, but they're not going to answer any questions. That is why I called another DHR in Alabama, because they follow the same guidelines. So, Riley, it is the very first pin video. So, do you think if I called the Fayette County one, do you think they would fall for the same thing I got the other one to fall for? Knowing that they're involved in this case? Because that lady had no clue what I was talking about until I mentioned Fayette County. That's when she started stumbling on her words. But let's put this precious baby up in the background because he is the focus of this. Well, she had a clue, but she didn't have a clue what I was going for. There are no updates other than the phone call that was made to Department of Human Resources out of Alabama.
That was crazy.
Yeah. So I first thing I did before I did anything is I messaged my TikTok agent and I asked him, is it safe
Oh, so you did. Okay, good.
to play the recording or make a phone call on a live stream? Susie, it's in a video. I can't play it on a live stream.
Well, that was smart.
Yeah, because we got to protect this account. What's up, Rox? Yeah, guys, let's get them likes up to 10K. But yeah, I was mind blown.
I actually wasn't surprised. I like had a grimace on my face and I really wasn't surprised. But I was a little shocked to hear the first part, and I'm sure you'll talk about it. Like the first thing that she said.
Oh, about where she was saying that they're supposed to follow guidelines, but you know how people are.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, like it's just weird to me that she would just say something like that, just assuming that anything could be like a recorded line. I would actually assume that theirs is a recorded line too.
Theirs is.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Now, Monday, seeing how today's Friday, Monday, I'm going to be making a few other phone calls now. I'm going to see if I can get the Attorney General or somebody in his office or her office to speak to us. And I'm also going to reach out to the governor's office. Because at the end of the day, they failed these children and they need to be held accountable.
Alabama is like 4 hours from me. At this point, I feel like I need to just go and do questioning myself with this Fayette County. Like they're frustrating me so bad. So you did find a number for them, correct? Somebody hooked you up with a number for them.
They gave me the phone number for the Fayette County DHR. But I do feel calling them is going to be pointless because I don't think they're going to answer any questions.
Completely agree. Especially right now. It's going to be a lockdown.
But I mean, it's worth a shot. But I don't know if they would answer any questions. See, I would do it the same way I did the last one. Act like I was trying to get guardianship of my grandchildren.
Yeah, and then you switched it up real fast on her.
But I'll tell you this, boy, she changed that tune real quick when I mentioned Fayette County.
You sure did. When you changed that tune up, she was like, "Oh, okay, I got it." I should really actually back up because I say that I wasn't shocked by her response, but I actually was when she said that they do background checks that were, wait, I'm trying to remember correctly. Did it say background checks were nationwide or state to state too?
Yeah, no, she said that they do background checks in every state.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, yeah, so that means that they are conducting background checks that check every state. So that highly bothers me. So while it doesn't really shock me because I obviously that's not true. They didn't do something or somebody just dropped the ball. Like I was just like, how are you even saying this, But it lets me know they have the technology to do this. While some people have said I don't think they do, they do.
Yeah, she admitted to that.
Mm-hmm.
And this wouldn't qualify for an Amber Alert Irish. This is totally different. But the thing is, now I have proof that they failed these children.
Yeah.
Because not only do I have the grandfather's horrific criminal background, but I have DHR admitting that they're supposed to do background checks.
Bam. Like, bam, seriously.
So, Cindy, they are required to, per their policy. See, and the thing is, I knew the answer to that before I even called them. I have the DHR, their requirements.
Yeah. I actually like how you do that. You ask people questions, but you already know what you were, you already look it up before you ask.
Oh, yeah, I'll ask people questions that I know the answers to.
My parents used to do that shit to me all the time when I was young, by the way. It made me learn not to lie really quick.
Exactly, Wendy. And see, that's the thing. This is where we have to step up as a community. I don't live in Alabama, but that doesn't mean I can't fight for the children in Alabama. So
Yeah.
this is where we got to step up for these children and these families because we do not know how many other children have been failed by this system.
Yeah, and one of the comments left on one of my videos was something along the lines of like, well, what does it matter? It would have been another kid raised on welfare, as if his life would have had any less value because of that. And I was so disgusted by that. But, other people handled that fight in the comments. I wouldn't worry about
So Bailey, you missed a little bit.
it.
Um,
What I miss?
See, I love how Oklahoma and Alabama are both one-party consent states, which
Mm-hmm.
which means you can record your phone calls.
Right. Only one party has to be aware of it.
Right.
It's not like that where I'm at.
So I called DHR in Alabama and asked them what their policies and guidelines that they're supposed to do today, and I recorded it. And I did post a video about it, but long story short, she admitted that they're supposed to do background checks nationally. She also made the comment when she didn't know who I was talking about, though. I was talking like I was trying to obtain guardianship for grandchildren. And she made the comment, yes, we're supposed to run background checks, but how did she word it?
I feel like she just said we're supposed to. I feel like that's how she said it.
Well, I had pulled up on the last live I was in. I'd pulled up, and per their website, and I even read it on the live, is that yes, they are required by their state laws to do a state and federal background check.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
fact that she um, said that verbatim is kind of funny. Not for her though.
Yeah, because she wrote, she said, but you know how people are.
Yes, that's what it was. Okay.
What?
Then when I mentioned Fayette County, that's when she started stumbling on her words.
Yeah. Can you believe she said that, Bailey? She said, but
You know how people. So what? That. But my question is like, what do you mean by that? Like, I can interpret that 100 different ways, and 99 of them are not good for you.
But
Right.
what that shows me is the way that they operate in general. Like, oh, let's just go by what people are saying or what fits, this and that. Like, that's not good. That's not operational.
Or let's just not do my job, and the less paperwork
Right.
for me, the better.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I feel like something happened here that was easier for this caseworker to just go ahead and just, oh, let's come up with a plan. And yes, we'll sign off on it and just do it rather than do the work behind it. I don't know what those details were, but that's what I feel like.
I'm curious to know. So, has it been proven that they didn't do a background check on this guy?
So it's obvious they didn't.
Well, no. It's not obvious because here's why I'm saying this is like, do we know for a fact that they didn't do what their own state laws require, which
Not
is not a
necessarily.
good look. But on the flip side, if they did do what their state law requires of them to do, and they still did what they did, that's
So
not a good look either.
no, so if they did run a background check, they did put those children in the hands of a violent criminal.
Of a predator.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So where you can't tell me if that is the case. Either case, whether they didn't do their job to the fullest per their own laws, versus which one's worse, not doing your job or doing your job and still doing this. What percentage of the liability lies on the state?
Right.
I would honestly think that 100%. Well, no, we can't say 100% because the parents and the grandparents are to blame too.
But I think that these state workers are protected to an extent.
They
it really
they
feels like
are.
Yeah.
They are only because they're employees, and the state's going to make sure that they're covered,
Yeah.
right or wrong. That
Right.
but at the same time, it's kind of one of those things of like how it's just. I mean, it's disgusting all the way around. I mean, that's I'm just kind of speechless right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's been disgusting from the get-go with all the facts coming out. But this,
Let me just
I
say,
mean,
the comment, you know how people are, is not a normal comment. Like, that comes from like a normal reaction deep within to be able to say
Yeah.
that. So that's really disturbing to me that she said that. Like, you know how people are. Like, that to me is like shows like rooted within this system. This is like systemic. You know what I mean? Where maybe some people
very
follow the rules.
nonchalant.
Yeah, maybe
ve-
some people follow the rules. Maybe this happens. Maybe it does. Like, it's systemic, deep.
And
Well,
yeah, like Ash
I
just
will.
said, that they said that before they knew I was calling about Fayette County.
Yeah.
I mean, Alabama's backwards anyway. Just had an issue with some. I mean, they had what 2-3 cases. I know personally one because unfortunately, I knew that person of dog mistreatment, to say the least, and every one of them got off.
Oh my gosh.
And I mean, so there's some major things going on sideways within the state of Alabama, and not just with children. I mean, that whole state is backwards.
So, do you think it would be pointless to reach out to the Attorney General or the governor about this?
It was pointless when it came to the unaliving of several animals with proof,
Oh wow, with proof. I feel
with
like if
proof
there's a
on
need-
video.
Yeah, if
on
there's a need
video.
to cover up, then absolutely. Like if it falls
But-
on other people.
Here's the thing: I will never say it's not worth your time.
Mhm.
Will it fall on deaf ears? There's a high probability of it, but at the end of the day, if you know something, say something, and if do
What if
do
it
your
falls
part
on the
to
right ears, right?
exactly do your part.
Now, here's the age-old question: do I tell them that their responses are going to be plastered all over social media, or do I just?
No.
Well,
Sorry.
I wouldn't necessarily say tell them that. I mean, at this age, they have to kind of know that it would be. But to go back on the canine side, every email, every phone call, every text message was blasted all over TikTok, Instagram, this, that, and the other, FB, and with signatures of police officers, detectives, DAs, and the sheriff even pulled down the actual county sheriff's FB page because everybody went after him because of the lack of what he didn't do. He deleted the whole page.
Wow.
Done.
Did you read Rachel's comment?
Wait,
I'm in Alabama. My niece and nephew were forced to visit their father, who said he would unalive them.
oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, they're backwards over there, and the reason why, like I said, and I know children and canines are a whole two apples and oranges, but if they're going to turn a blind eye to that, something like that, it doesn't surprise me if they're turning a blind eye on something bigger, especially when it will open the door to them being in a very, very bad light. You know, being in a bad light when it comes to animal is one thing, and you can kind of skate by on that, unfortunately, whether I agree with it or not, but you cannot skate by on a bad light when it comes to an innocent child.
Yeah,
I don't care who you are.
Completely agree. I think if it comes down to having to be responsible, which ultimately it would. I mean, look, just us and this group of people that are following this case are coming to that conclusion. So I think they'll definitely want to skate through that and avoid that. But it still doesn't hurt to try to bring attention to it. You never know what one case is going to cause a difference.
Right, and that's true. See, my problem is we can't fix the problem if the problem isn't addressed. And
I think you would do more damage by not saying anything than by saying something.
Yep.
And you'd always wonder if you didn't.
Yeah. I'd rather be on the mountaintop screaming by myself than turning a blind eye.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't never turn blind eyes. I don't know if they would respond.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they respond or not.
So let me address Susie. So it doesn't matter what side of the aisle anybody is on, because in my opinion, they all have something to do with this. They can pass bills to stop this. They can pass bills to change the requirements. They can pass bills to hold these individuals accountable if they do not do their job. And I feel if accountability is known, that if they don't do what they're supposed to do, they can be held criminally or civilly accountable. I think they would start doing their job. Cindy, Doug Bishop doesn't get involved with stuff like this. We know Doug Bishop. Yeah, I know they are, but that doesn't change the fact. So I'm not concerned as to what political avenue that state goes by, because at the end of the day, they all need to be held accountable. And most of you obviously know me by now. I've got a very big mouth. Now, my thing is, what level do we go to next if neither one of them get involved?
What level? What?
What level do we go to next? Say for example, the Attorney General doesn't do anything. Say, for example, the governor doesn't address the problem. Who's next?
Good question.
State police is below the governor and the Attorney General.
Mm-hmm.
We would need to go higher.
But there's nobody higher per the state. The federal unless you take just the whole, not necessarily the case, but the consensus of whatever you're trying to do to the federal level to change it. It's still up to the state to adopt it.
Right, and I agree with that. Now, I just, ooh, I was so irked when she gave that response. Jim, I seen you sneak in here.
What's up?
Hey, Jim, how hard would it be to get a bill written up?
Um,
I know you're the person to ask, you and Joe.
yeah, it's interesting. It depends on the climate of the state and what you're looking to do. So I would think you'd have to look for like-minded people in that state that have good bipartisan working relationships with each other and go from there. So in this instance, I don't think you would have too much difficulty with what you're looking to do, but it does take a bit, and you have to wait to see too when the next period is that bills open up, and make sure you get it in there on time.
Right. And see, that's the thing. We would have to find out when their next session is.
Yeah, I know ours down here in Florida, I believe starts like January, February, because February, like the second week of February is like Advocate Day to go up to the state capitol in Tallahassee. And then you go there and you hit up all of the state senators and all those folks and knock on their doors and meet with them and talk to them about the things that you support or don't support or the changes you're looking to have made. And then from there, if you have any bills that are on the table to be going through any of the committees, you can typically sit in on some of those hearings while you're there.
Now, I wouldn't have to live in the state of Alabama to draft up a bill and send it in, would I?
No, we've done it for other states. So we didn't draft up the bill, but we supported a bill in Utah, and then we supported other bills in New York and somewhere else. I forget where the other state was. But yeah, you can get behind it. It just has to be written by somebody in the state,
Okay.
like as far as from their government.
And somebody said March is when they do theirs. So that's plenty of time. And we could call it Caleb's Law
Yep.
or Riley's Law. Kayla and Riley's Law. And the bill would basically be set up to where they have to be held accountable for not doing exactly what they're supposed to do or not still putting children in harm's way, even if they ran that background check. If they really run that background check and they still put those children in there, I have a bigger problem than them not running the background check.
Exactly.
I could get past them not running the background check, but I cannot get past if they did run that background check and they put those children in there, then that's a major problem.
Yeah, that hearing that phone call that you had today was
Disturbing.
disturbing. Yeah, and me, I got a little confused listening to it, but I almost read it like, which county are you talking about? Like almost like it was, yeah, this is kind of like common thing that we hear around here. It's almost how I took it,
Let me also say, when she said that she didn't have the number, that wasn't true. They got the number for every county. They contact other counties when they need to.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I work for the fire department down here, and when people call me and it's, the wrong department, I have a whole list of numbers so I can say, nope, nope,
Yep,
I'm not the right person, but let me get you in touch with that right person. Hold
that's
on.
right.
Let me get that number for you.
All those state employed places usually do.
If you need a recap on the phone call, it's my very first pinned video. You can go watch it and listen to the whole conversation. No updates on mom in the hospital. We will not know any updates on mom in the hospital. But at the end of the day, we can't let this go quiet. We can't let them get away with what they did. Because either way, run a background check or not, they still failed these two children.
Well, I think there's slowly being progress made here just to understand the situation.
Now, is there anybody new in here that does not know what we're talking about? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. On December 8th of this year, this precious baby, nobody would have known this child was missing had it not been for a car accident that occurred on December 8th. The mom, the dad, and Caleb's sister were involved in a fatal car accident. The dad and Caleb's sister did not survive the accident. Caleb's mom is in ICU, non-responsive, from what we understand. After learning about the accident, the family reached out to law enforcement and asked, "Where's baby Caleb?" Right? And at that time, they didn't even know about baby Caleb. So law enforcement immediately went back to the crash site and searched for 8 days to try to locate Caleb. To no avail, they did not find Caleb near the crash site. Now, we don't know all the search methods that were used. We don't know if cadaver dogs were used. But after learning that Caleb was not at the crash site, law enforcement did do some investigation and found out that nobody had seen baby Caleb since September 9th or September 4th of this year. After law enforcement learned that, with Grandpa having guardianship over both children, the grandfather was placed in custody for failing to report a missing child. Right? The mother is at UAB. Correct. Where is it? So it states that he committed the alleged crime on September 10th in Fayette County. Right? Now it also states that criminal complaint states that Bailey failed to report a child missing by delaying to make or failing to cause to be made a report with willful and reckless disregard for the safety of the child, and the child suffered serious bodily harm or death, to wit, physical injuries to the child, and the child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and nobody in the household reported that child missing. Right? Now, here's what the vehicle looked like after the accident. The accident did look intentional. I won't lie. It really looked intentional. We don't know her condition today. That won't be released due to HIPAA regulations. All right, so with that being said, Grandpa, $100,000 bond. Now, after Grandpa was placed in custody, they did go out to the family's home where Grandpa, Mom, and Dad all lived and conducted multiple searches on that property, both with shovels, manpower, and dogs. And as of right now, there is no evidence that they found Caleb. If Caleb was found, the alert would be removed. He has not been found. Contrary to what a lot of people are saying in certain Facebook groups, he has not been found, and they would not delay removing the alert and waste resources. So, yeah. And this is where we're at today. After learning about Grandpa, I reached it. Well, actually, somebody reached out to me out of Louisiana and told me they can go get court documents for me. So I paid for the court documents. The woman received those court documents for me. She took photos of them, sent them over to me. And we learned that the person that they put these children in his guardianship, the grandfather, has a violent criminal record. And it extends from domestic violence, aggravated assault with a weapon, multiple times, battery, hit and run, narcotics charges, DWI charges, and the list goes on and on. And that's just in one county, one parish in Louisiana. I've got them working on getting the rest of the court documents for the other areas that he was arrested in. With that being said, I contacted DHR today and asked them some questions, and they answered my questions. Now, you're more than welcome to go listen to the call. I cannot play it on a live stream, but it is my very first pinned video. By all means, go listen to it. So, user, we will never know until the case is closed. Linda, I got it. We won't know anything about the autopsy reports on either person until the case is closed. Per Alabama state law, medical examiner reports cannot be released during an active investigation. Now, we did have some confusion about who can pronounce somebody deceased. So I looked up Alabama state law. Alabama state law states that the coroner, licensed physicians, doctors, and nurses can pronounce somebody. Oh, you didn't have to do that, Nana. They can pronounce somebody deceased. Me, I prefer to go by law. I prefer to go by everything other than speculation and false information. Because at the end of the day, these children need justice. These children deserve justice. And if nobody on the state level is doing anything about it, that's where we've got to step in as a community, as a nation, to fight this problem. Because it's not just in Alabama, y'all. This is a nationwide problem. And I'll explain. You want to know, most of you probably don't know this, some of you might. Do you know why I take this so offensive? My two nieces were taken from their mother and placed in foster care through Child Protective Services, and they were SA'd by the foster parents. So, I know there's a problem with the system. Now it's time to fight for this problem. I didn't have the platform I have now when this happened to my nieces. I have a platform that I can get the word out. I can fight for these children. And that is what we're going to do. No, they're still traumatized. They're adults now, but they still live with the trauma. They'll always live with the trauma. A lot of people don't understand with all these individuals. You've got so many children that are being abused, assaulted, essayed, and the suspects get a slap on the wrist. It's time for change. It's time to fight for these children. It's time to change punishments. Make punishments harsher. Hold people accountable. If you don't hold them accountable, they're going to continue to do it. And that's where the problem is.
I think you know where I stand on that one. I don't think it's TikTok safe for me to say what I feel should happen to some of these individuals that do that.
Oh, I'll gladly say it. See, there's this special chair that they have at these prisons that these individuals need to be sitting in. Just saying.
Yeah. I think what I find even more disturbing is that there are individuals out there that advocate for them and talk about it's a preference and all this other stuff, you know, and it's sickening to me.
It really is. You really can't rehabilitate that. So once an offender, they're always going to be offenders. There is no way to change that. I can't tell you how many cases that we have worked on where these children were either unalived, they were raped, essayed, and some of these suspects get what? $20,000 surety bond, and then they're back out on the streets. I don't feel that these individuals deserve a bond. I don't feel that they should be allowed back on the streets. And if you really want my opinion, I don't feel they deserve oxygen.
That one I sent you out of Pasco Hernando from down here, where that guy like lured her out of the homeless shelter, and then stayed her on multiple occasions, and she got like he got what was like $14,000
Bond, yep.
bond or something like that. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
I agree with everything that you said, Dan, because like there's just no changing people like that. They're hardwired in a certain way that's just like that. And there's just not any changing it.
There really isn't.
There really isn't.
And if I was friends with JD Delay on TikTok, I think you guys would like his opinion better than mine, but I'm not big enough for him to follow me.
I don't know who that is. JD Dillon.
JD Delay believes that these individuals deserve to visit a wood chipper.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's unfathomable to me. It really is.
And me too. It blows my freaking mind how what really caught my attention is when you sent me that case out of Florida where he got out on $14,000 bond. $14,000 bond. That's $1,400 to get out of jail.
Crazy.
And when you hear the facts of, I gotta say allegedly, I guess, of what he was being charged with. It was disgusting. Disgusting.
Mhm.
And it was, I think it was done on more than one occasion. And then they were reaching out. He was already out, and they were reaching out to see if there were other potential victims of his. Because he worked at I guess it was a nonprofit for people that are unhoused. And I guess this place in particular was for like teenagers that are unhoused. And so that's where he met her. He started talking to her, and had her meet him down the road, and picked her up, and was going to take her to the movies, and they didn't go to the movies. And I think it was on more than one occasion.
Oh my God.
So, Kimberly, we're talking about everything in general, how these children continue to be failed by the system. Whether it be DHR, whether it be Child Protective Services, whether it be just through the court system. And we're going to go one step further. Jim, I'm sure you've seen these. I don't know. How many people in here know who Grady Judd is? They did a trafficking bust, and the individuals arrested. Oh, if you don't know who Grady Judd is, you need to look him up. That man should be the standard of a sheriff all across the country.
He will not disappoint you. His YouTube, Polk County, Florida.
Yep, Grady Judd, Ash. But they did a trafficking operation out of Florida. And I kid you not, judges, law enforcement officers, school teachers, Disney employees were all busted in this sting.
A lot of Disney employees.
Stop.
A
Ugh.
lot. A lot.
Holy crap. What are they doing? Recruiting from Disney? Stealing? Oh my God, I can't even.
A lot.
So it's a massive, massive problem that needs to be addressed. And the only way to fight for these children is we're going to have to go to the extent of drawing up a bill and see if we can get it addressed in Alabama. If we can get it addressed in Alabama, then we can work on other states.
I agree.
I think I told you last time my son worked on one of those sting operations a few months back. He got asked to go with Chris Hansen and Grady, and he got to sit in on it. And he was in the room for the takedowns.
Oh,
And
wow.
one of them was a husband flew down to Florida with his wife and 1-year-old baby. They were going to his nephew's birthday party that weekend. They were staying over in Disney, and his wife and baby had gone to sleep. And he got up, got on the computer, and started searching, and found his way from Disney all the way over to the middle of Polk County, where most people don't go, and in a hotel looking for an underage girl.
Oh my God.
And so he was locked up right away. The rental car was impounded, and his wife and 1-year-old daughter were left stranded in a hotel in Disney while Dad was locked up on multiple SA charges and trafficking and all sorts of stuff.
And that's what I said in one of my other videos, is that these kind of people, they run in rings. They know how to search for other people just like them.
Mm-hmm.
And they have certain code words, they have certain images, and they know how to search and stick together and find each other all over.
And that's one thing my son had said, because he was like, right away, they were like, is this a trap? This feels like a trap. And then, they kept going. They keep coming back, though, into the conversation. They come back around, and they got quite a few people. And I think in total on that one that my son was on, I think in total was like 178 people they arrested on that one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's bad. I mean, you look at the guy that abused, was it Drake Bell, the actor? After he got out of jail, he got hired by Disney
Oh my gosh.
as a registered offender. Not bashing Disney at all, but I'm just saying they tend to go to places where they know there's a lot of kids. schools.
And see, with what happened out of Alabama with Caleb and his sister being placed in the custody of a violent criminal. And I know more things about that individual that it's not my place to talk about. I did get offered that victim a platform if she wants to talk about it. That is completely up to her. I will not speak about it, but I know that man's done more things than what he's been arrested for.
Absolutely. Where there's one rat, there's usually 50 more.
And see, the only reason why she can't speak up is she's afraid of retaliation.
In Kentucky, they aren't allowed to live by schools, but they do. Yeah, that's if they report when they move, which a lot of them don't.
Amanda, Grandpa. We're talking about Grandpa here. I won't need to be bringing up Brad because he's no longer relevant right now. He is deceased. There's nothing that can be done to him. But there is stuff that can be done to the grandfather. And that's where we need to fight for these children, because Riley would still be alive and this child would not be missing had DHR not placed these children in the custody of a violent offender. And yes, he was convicted. Unlike somebody saying that was in our box last week saying that, oh, the charges were dismissed.
Or he wouldn't hurt a fly.
And he wouldn't hurt a fly. Apparently, that individual did not know who I was. Just saying.
Tammy, a petition may have to be enacted at some point.
See, I found that petitions don't really go very far.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean,
That's sad.
we've had petitions reach millions of signatures on like change.org and stuff like that, and they don't go nowhere.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No, Heather. Okay, so I'm going to address why the quietness. So, when it comes to an active investigation and possibly an active homicide investigation, law enforcement is not going to tell people where they're searching. They're not going to tell them any part of that investigation that could jeopardize a conviction of the persons involved in what happened. And they learned after the last time to make sure they keep it a lot quieter, because the last time they conducted a search and they took as long as they did, news crews showed up. And that's the last thing that needs to happen during an active investigation. Because, say, for example, say they found Caleb on that property, and say the news accidentally showed them pulling the remains up.
Oof.
That can't be taken off of the internet.
Yeah.
So, I have no problem with law enforcement being quiet on this case, because we know they're doing their job. We know Alabama Bureau of Investigations is involved. No, they have not found Caleb. Ashton, what do you mean? Are you talking about Caleb's mom? She hasn't been charged with nothing. She's in the hospital. No, they still haven't found this precious little baby. Oh, the grandfather, he's been charged with failing to report a child missing, and that child suffered bodily harm or death. And that child was moved to an unknown location, and nobody reported that child missing. Casey, we will never know the status of the mother in ICU. The doctors can't say nothing to nobody. They can't even tell the police department her condition. The only one that can speak on that mother is her. Oh, so you're talking about the DHR. So, Ashton, I got a pinned video you might want to go watch. No, it won't be leaked. That hospital will be held civilly liable if they leak anything that violates a HIPAA. They will no, they're not going to do that. Now, if a family member does it, that's different. But unfortunately, at least 3 of the family members, I would trust more coming out of Jeffrey Dahmer's mouth than theirs. Just saying.
Well, based on what's happened so far, I'd agree.
Actually, no. Hang on, no. I'll be more respectful. I would believe Pinocchio more than I would believe them. They came in here and flat out lied and stood up for grandfather because they stated that he would not hurt a fly. He would not. Those charges were dismissed. No, they weren't. Just one of them was.
And we're just talking about from charges from the county that we know of.
Yeah.
There's other counties. And
There sure is.
I'd be curious to know if he had anything while he was in Alabama.
See, we've looked in Fayette County. We could not find any
Okay.
background in Fayette County.
Okay.
And the odd thing is we couldn't find him on VineLink even after we found out about his charges in Louisiana. That's why I was so grateful when that woman offered to go down to the clerk's office and pick up those documents.
Grandpa didn't have he wasn't able to drive, right? That's what we know.
Right. So hang on, let me address Jen.
Okay.
HIPAA violation. If those doctors state anything to anybody other than their family, they're violating it's a HIPAA violation. Even if she is a suspect in an investigation, they cannot release her medical condition at all.
Right.
Now, do I believe that there's a guard at the door? You better bet your ass there's a guard sitting at that door.
Absolutely.
Yep, they're probably rotating them around the clock.
Mm-hmm.
The people who asked where baby Caleb was and they were told that he was with family, I wonder if they were told which family he was with. And obviously I'm sure the cops have already looked into that and questioned that, but I was
Oh,
thinking,
I'm sure they have too.
right, like which family did they say they were with? Which friends did they say they were with? But so that picture that we've shown a lot, that where it looked like Caleb had bruising, where him and his sister are on the little cart being pushed by dad. I had never found the Facebook profile for Stephen until today that actually had it on it. I'd always gotten it from news articles. So that was interesting for me today to find that and see that it was dated in June. That's the only one I've ever seen on Facebook that they posted of him.
So, Jen, that's rather concerning that the place that you worked at released information about a patient. I really hope that that patient's family or that patient doesn't file a lawsuit against that hospital.
That's for sure.
I'm wondering if that's something more along the lines of like, are they coherent so I could speak to them, or are they awake, or anything like that, versus like specific medical stuff. But yeah, typically it's supposed to be hush hush.
It's like locked down.
Yeah. Yeah, HIPAA is one thing, and that's something where in my current job be very, very careful with. You know, if you're doing any type of a media press release or anything like that, like we have to be very, very generic because we can't even put out like, you know, a 10-year-old child was injured today. It's just a male child. You know, nothing potentially identifying can go out there. You have to be very, very generic.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
So let me address Mitram. So just because it states that she's stable, that just means her vitals are stable. That doesn't mean she's woken up, talking to people. That just means that her vitals are stable.
I still think that one article is probably messing with people. You know, the one that said that she had been conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just mind blown. So right now, our focus, first and foremost, is there anybody new in here that does not understand what is going on in here? No, Tanya, the family cannot give that permission. Only what do they call that? Power of attorney.
Right. People are saying they're new. I don't, yes.
Okay, so on December 8th of this year, a car accident tragically took the life of Caleb's father and sister and placed his mother in ICU. Now, after the family learned about that accident, they asked, well, where's baby Caleb? After law enforcement learned that there could possibly be another child involved, they went back out to the crash scene and searched for 8 days. They did not locate Caleb. After they concluded that search, they went back to their investigation. And then they come to learn that nobody's seen baby Kahleb since September 4th of this year. And after law enforcement learned that, with the grandfather being the primary guardian of these children, he was given guardianship of these children. So keep that in mind, because after we're done, we're going to talk about something. He was arrested for failing to report a missing child, and that missing child suffered bodily harm or death. And it also states that the child had injuries and the child was moved to an unknown location, and nobody reported that child missing. So grandpa's in custody on a $100,000 bond. After they can't force him to talk, there's a constitution. Cases like these, I wish we didn't have a constitution. But with that being said, they went back to the family's property and conducted, I believe it was a total of 3 searches on that property. 2 of which we know were done with dogs. 1 of which we know they taped it off as a crime scene. They dug up areas on the property. They did foot searches on the property. They even went down in an underground shelter on that property. With that being said, they obviously did not find anything because this precious little baby has not been located. Tammy, no. They cannot force that on anybody, and it's not admissible in court anyway, so it's useless. It's only an investigative tool. It can't be used against the person for taking it, and he can refuse to take it. Now, after learning about Grandpa being the guardian, somebody reached out to me from Louisiana that knew the family. And I mean knew them. She told me she's willing to go pick up court documents if I pay for the documents. She will go pick them up, take a photo of them, and send them over to me. So that is what we did. And we learned that the grandpa doesn't have such a pleasant background. And that extends all the way from domestic violence, aggravated assault with a weapon multiple times, narcotics charges, DWIs, hit and runs, simple assault charges. And that's not even all of them just in that parish. I only requested the violent crime charges. The woman told me, the clerk told me, it would take multiple days and a lot more money for me to get all of the documents. So that tells me that he's got a large criminal background. So today, after learning all about the grandfather's pleasant background, I made a call to DHR, Department of Human Resources in Alabama, to figure out why these children were placed in the guardianship of someone with a violent criminal background. You guys are more than welcome to go watch the very first pinned video and listen to that phone conversation. This woman did not know who I was talking about until halfway through the phone conversation. And that's when she started tripping up on her words. So at the end of the day, we're here to fight for the justice of Kahleb and his sister, because they should not have been placed in that household with any of them. And keep in mind, they all 3 live together. So there is not nobody on God's green earth that No, that investigator is not kin to them, Wendy. Oh, Lodge, you didn't have to do that. It's appreciated, but you didn't have to do that. We don't require gifting or subscriptions in here. The subscribers, they just get the perks of the emotes I make. But, that was an eye-opening phone conversation.
Well, I just want to butt in for Dan and say, because he's not going to, that he covers everything at his own expense. So if anybody wants to give him gifts, it's well appreciated. He's going to say no, but I'm going to butt in and say that every time that comes up.
Yes, Amanda, exactly. You could hear her stumble over her words. As soon as I mentioned Fayette County, Alabama, she started fumbling and stumbling. All right, Jim. So she didn't know what to say. Now, also, those who have not joined our Facebook group, we got tired of people being censored and removed from other groups for speaking their opinion and their thought processes. We did create our own group. It's called Find Missing Kahleb Collins, Alabama. It's on Facebook. You guys are welcome to join. We do have it locked down to private for the safety of the people that are inside that group. We've got multiple chats where people can have a chat for speculation. We've got a chat for Darla, the ex-wife. We've got a chat for Grandpa. We've got a chat for court documents. So we keep it updated. If I'm not live and we get an update, I will post that update in there before I bring it to a live stream. Now, I will say this, though, and you guys got to respect this. If we receive any information that could close this case, I will not post that in there. I apologize for that, but if I receive a tip that leads to the location of Kahleb, that tip is only going to law enforcement. All right, hang on. Now, somebody said something. Right, Charlie. 100%. You haven't heard about it? So my administrators will get to people. Now, all I ask is make sure you have a profile picture, because we do go through who's in that group to verify that they're real accounts. Because we have seen so many groups, and Jim can attest to this, that fake accounts get in there and post some inappropriate stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
And I'm not talking about just a fake post about some missing person that isn't really missing. I'm talking these people post. How do I word it?
Like
I'm glad I didn't have to see these.
illicit type material.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how you could.
That's crazy.
Certain types of websites, we'll just put it that way.
Oh, okay.
It's a reason
So,
Dan lets most of his mods do a lot of his research now.
yeah, I don't. Okay, so no offense to Alabama, but we had an Amber Alert go out of Alabama and the suspect had some illicit social media pages. So I no longer go into any link trees. My moderators go into those link trees for me because I don't want to see that stuff. And when I say rated X is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was very bad.
Wow. I'm glad I missed all that. Must have been while I was sick the past couple days.
And that was a suspect in an Amber Alert.
Oh my God.
So thankfully, have I heard from the uncle? No. Yes, Blit. My mods will tell you, it was bad. So thankfully, I have people that'll do that part of the investigation part for me because that I won't do no more.
I make sure if I'm home and I'm researching a case or something like that, my wife's by me. I'm like, hey, I'm working on this right now. This is what I'm doing. You know, like some
Jim,
of
I
the
attest to that.
it's so bad. You know, but hey, I mean, you got to do what you have to do to try to find some of these people.
Right. Now, Sheena, no, there is no update pertaining to this case other than the DHR phone call I had today. You're more than welcome to go watch that. That is the very first pinned video. It's a real eye opener.
I think it's pivotal.
I mean, the fact that these children, one way or another, they dropped the ball. Either they did a background check, and they still put the children in the custody of a violent criminal, or they did not do the background check. Either way, they failed these children.
I'm hoping it's something along the lines of like something was typed in wrong or like something like that.
I just don't think so,
But I
though.
don't think so because I know I had to do a background check. They had to do a background check on me when I went to go teach in New York at the fire academy because you have to get a teaching certification to do it. So they ran it, but they didn't run my name the way I go. Like I go by Jim, but my real name is James, and I always go by James A. Schmidt. Well, they just ran a Jim Schmidt or whatever it was, and it came up with like a very violent pass, and it delayed me trying to get a job at the fire academy. So I ended up having to go down to police headquarters and fill out all this paperwork saying, no, this is in fact not me. It just so happens that there's another guy who lives on Long Island with the same name, close to the same age, but it's not me because I've never been in this town in my entire life. And it was like something from like 20 years prior. I'm like, this is not me. So I know background checks sometimes aren't perfect, but in this instance, when it's dealing with children, that better be spot on.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I'm just like, well, maybe, benefit of the doubt, maybe it was something. But in this instance, I think once she caught on to what Dan was talking about today, that's when the stumbling and fumbling started, like, go into protect mode.
Sequoia said, could it be Johnny and not John? I feel like they would have his social, though. I feel like they would take the social or something.
So, I ran every aspect of his background. So, whether it be Johnny, John, Jonathan,
Right.
we got it all. And that's just in one
County.
county.
Yep.
Yeah. And that recording, that's pinned to your page, right?
It's the very first pinned video. Watch it all the way through. You will hear what she has to say. And listen, when I tell you it sounded like a cat got her tongue, as soon as I mentioned Fayette County, it sounded like a cat got her tongue.
Do we know if Okay, no, we don't. Sorry, I was just saying this. I was going to say, do we know if the custody took place in the home in Jasper before this one? But we're not going to know that, right? Like the custody is being assigned to Grandpa, like, and if they all lived together in the house in Jasper before they moved to this one.
I don't think we'll ever be able to find that out unless family slips and makes it public.
Okay. You can see how long somebody lives at a residence most of the time, can't you? If they registered at that residence.
Yeah, I know when they
Okay.
have lived at each resident.
Okay. But we just won't know the other. We just won't.
Listen, I know every house that they lived at since they turned 18.
Right.
All three of them.
Dan is quick when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
He'll post something up in our little private chat. And I'm like, all right, give me 2 seconds. Let me look into this.
I
And
love that.
I'll go to type into Google and it's already like boom, boom. Things are just popping up. I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's why I go straight to just text him if I have a question. I don't even start like searching it. Like I know you know.
And then I feel bad when I send him something else, like in the middle of like looking at stuff, like today I did it again. So,
Yeah, but we still look at it. But I'm pretty upset about that one because that one right behind you, that really shows consistency with somebody that is targeting that type of person in that state.
yeah.
She looks so much like Emma Ray.
And she looks, the two of them look a lot like me and Nikki's good friend whose daughter was unalived a few years ago, same year as Gabby. But prior to that, she was a trafficking victim. And she has a very similar look.
Oh wow.
All these girls, yeah.
No, they have not found Emma.
No, they have not found her. I do know that the police department has a lot more resources on it now above them. That's about all I can really say on that. But no, they haven't. They haven't found her.
So, Jennifer, I'm going to address that question because he got slaps on the wrist. That's what we were talking about, where a bill needs passed that anybody that like what Jim's doing with the Gabby Petito Foundation, putting bills in place to protect domestic violence victims. That needs to be done, but it also needs to be addressed for protecting children. And we're focused on the state of Alabama right now. Jim, how many states is your guys' bill in?
For DV or
Yeah, for DV.
1, 2, I think 3 now. It's in 2. I think we're working on the 3rd. We're working on New York with it. So some states already have it. We're just trying to push it. The lethality assessment. We're trying to push that further.
So, Jennifer, do I think the judge knew the grandfather? In Louisiana, are you talking about? Because I could speak on that. Listen, if you're talking about Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, let's put it this way. I barely had to get the guy's name out of my mouth, and the clerk of courts knew exactly who I was talking about. She knew exactly what I wanted, and she was so eager to get me that information as fast as she could. So I would say, yeah, the judge knows. It's a small community. Oh, he was well known for what he did. Her exact words were, I don't know how these children were placed with him with his criminal background.
I think there was another quote along the lines too, Dan, of they were happy to get rid of him out of that parish.
Yes, they wanted him out of that parish. So he was Yeah, everybody knows everybody. But I can't tell you how grateful I was for the woman that reached out to me, offered to go pick up these documents for me. Bobby, we would love to know where this precious child is. We got all of that done in one day. That clerk had me the information by 2 o'clock. That young lady had it picked up and photos sent to me by 3 o'clock. Now, those who are in the group that see those documents, we did redact all the victims out of those documents for their safety, their protection. And it's going to stay that way. So, any court documents that we receive, we are always going to redact the victims out of those documents if we get them unredacted, which we did.
which is crazy.
The documents we received are not even available on their website. He is in danger, but they don't have proof of abduction. Alexis. That is the other law we're trying to change right now is the requirements for an Amber Alert. They're so outdated right now.
Yeah, they need to be updated. They really do. And we really need to get on the same page, state to state, with how we report missing persons, the alerting systems. Like there are similar alerts in other states, but they're called something different. Understandably, I get it because it's usually after, like a case like this or something. So that's how they get that legislation through. But we really got to be more consistent nationwide with this.
Agree.
How do they? So, Alexis, yeah, the Amber Alert parameters are like if he was abducted and in serious life-threatening danger or something along those lines. So there's no proof that he was abducted. So that right there kind of cuts him out of the Amber Alert. He's just a missing endangered child right now. And that's one of the things like Dan's talking about. Like this should be a nationwide type of Amber Alert thing where all resources on it. But because he wasn't abducted, it doesn't fit that criteria.
See, I believe is she in here again? See, I believe if you look at the requirements for the Ebony Alert out of California, I believe those should be the requirements for an Amber Alert. Because they include weather, they include medical conditions, and they don't require it just to be an abduction.
There are 7 parameters for that. Missing person between the age of 12 to 25 years of age. Missing person suffers from a mental or physical disability. The person is missing under circumstances that indicate any of the following. A, the missing person's physical safety may be endangered. The missing person may be subject to trafficking. 4, the law enforcement agency determines that person has gone missing under unexplained or suspicious circumstances. 5, the law enforcement agency believes that person is in danger because of age, health, mental or physical disability, or environment or weather conditions, that the person is in the company of a potentially dangerous person, or that there are other factors indicating that that person may be in peril. 6, the investigating law enforcement agency has utilized available local resources. 7, there is information available that, if disseminated to the public, could assist in the safe recovery of the missing person. That is a very well written.
Well,
That's what the requirements for an Amber Alert should be.
and in this situation with the charges against Grandpa, it's stated since September 4th that it stated basically that he witnessed some sort of injury and or death and the child being removed from the home. So I'm guessing that time frame. And I don't know. I mean, there's got to be more that they know that we don't. That leads them to think that an Amber Alert is not accurate for this situation.
I'm looking at this right here, and it's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's at least 6 out of the 7 requirements right there. Their ages are 12 to 25, so obviously Kahleb would fall underneath that, but that's just an easy change, the age range of that.
Yep.
Interesting.
Debo, it's looking more like a recovery effort, to be quite honest with you.
We've got a picture of him in June. We've got a picture of him in July. Nothing from August. Last sighting September 4th. Post from Dad November 6th. That's what we've got.
So, somebody asked what they do during the home visits. So, the lady did speak about what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to come out to the house. They're supposed to drug test everybody in the house. They're supposed to run a full background check on everybody in the household. So, yeah, so either they did it and still failed these children and put them in his under his guardianship, or they did not do it and still failed them by not doing their job.
Can you explain what she was saying about the lawyer at the very beginning?
Okay, so they stated that in order to gain guardianship, that I would need an attorney, or the children were already in DHR custody.
Okay. So that sounds like the kids were already in DHR custody, technically, in that situation, for him to be just given to Grandpa with no lawyer.
That's
Maybe.
what it seems like to me, but
We don't know.
we don't know.
Yeah, and we won't.
Now, I will say this. Since we started covering this case, and this was posted in the group, and this is not including the videos iDetective has made, Justin and Nick of Crime, True Crime Mama, EIC, all of these creators that made videos, just the live streams alone has reached almost 400,000 people. Let's see where we're at now. We're already at 11,000 people, and we have only been on for an hour and 33 minutes.
Well, and I think True Crime Mama's video had 1.4 million views. Mine had 800,000 almost. And, gosh, there was another one who had more. I mean, just all these other creators are putting them out. I go in the comments, and there's so many people that are saying, I didn't even hear about this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they hadn't even heard about it.
I'm not big time like you guys, so I just repost all your stuff.
But at the end of the day, the only way this is going to continue to be an active case is we can't let it go quiet.
True.
Once they feel like it's gotten quiet, I'm not saying law enforcement's not going to continue to do their job, but it's got to stay in the public eye so they know that there's pressure on them to keep doing what they need to do.
It does create pressure. And I'm sorry for the family that wants Grandpa to just be relieved and everybody to believe that he could have no part, but it just all evidence, just 1 + 1 = 2 here. That's just the way it is. And I don't know what that 2 is for him, but it's something.
And if mom's never able to give a statement or any of that type of stuff,
Yeah.
I don't know where it goes from there.
Yeah.
So where it's likely to go there from there is Grandpa's going to pin it on the ones that can't defend themselves. When in all reality, Everybody that lived in that household is to blame for this child being missing. Gender, our group name is right here above my head.
Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't seen any GoFundMe's for mom and her hospital bills. I'm just saying. I hope I don't like start anything, but I'm just saying. I'm surprised I haven't even seen that from other family because that's got to be racking up.
Oh, yeah, Jim. Yeah, I don't like that group. They don't ever make their flyers accurate.
Yeah,
That's why I go by Kenny and the Aware Foundation.
yeah, I love Kenny. I was just curious because I see them put a lot out, and so I was just wondering.
I mean, I'm glad they put these flyers out consistently, but and my biggest problem with their flyers is they just put the sheriff's department's name and put 911 after it instead of the sheriff's department's phone number.
Yeah, because if you call 911 and you're not from that area, it's not going to them, or it's going to be extremely delayed by the time it gets there.
Mm-hmm.
But that was kind of my battle tonight with the one behind me tonight, was trying to get a good number to put on that one, because once again the family put their number out there, and we know from experience that's just not always the best thing to do.
This is the Facebook group name: Find Missing Kahleb Collins, Alabama.
Tammy said, I think Grandpa done something. And the thing is, even if Grandpa didn't do anything, like those three people, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa, they know something.
They know something. You can't be living in a house with a baby and
They
then
all three know something. There ain't no way. There ain't no way.
it's not like the cat runs away and you don't realize for a couple of days. Like if a kid's not there, usually within
It's September.
you really kind of like, yo, what's up with this?
So that's a big deal.
Oh, it's cut off? Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me keep tapping that screen. Let me see.
Uh-oh. This is where we got to fill in, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. I am not coming on screen. I look like crap. Been sick for 3 days.
Not feeling any better yet, or?
A little bit.
Yeah, I know there's probably stuff going around. I know down here allergies are kicking in again. So, is Grandpa in Walker County Jail? I would think he's in Fayette County, right?
I would think. I actually didn't look.
Yeah.
Yes, he's in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, they're saying it looks better.
Bree's just saying no because she wants to annoy me.
Nikki Jean, theory, what if Mom relocated him for his safety from Grandpa
And Dad.
It's still not on all on the screen? What do you mean?
Because I have a really hard time believing that Grandpa would be okay with any kind of like DV situation from Dad and not be complicit. The flyer's still not full?
I think it's just kind of like the end is cut off a little bit from it, but
No. It looks like it for me. Like it's full for me.
How's that?
I don't have my glasses on, but
Is that better?
this ain't perfect now.
You
Oh.
should have a bad feeling about Grandpa. There's something wrong with what all three of them knew.
I don't think he'd be where he is on a $100,000 bond if there wasn't something that they're just not telling us to keep him there, because otherwise.
Well, and I think it's interesting that all family hasn't tried to come up with some kind of bond for him.
I mean, honestly, if they presented some type of circumstantial evidence saying, this is what we think we have.
Yeah.
And even if he had a public defender saying, what do you have? You don't have anything here. This is all circumstantial. You can't prove it, or it's all hearsay, blah, blah, blah. $100,000, give me a break. They'd be pleading their case to the judge and saying, get my client out of here. He doesn't belong here. They have nothing. But he's still there. And that bond is pretty high, you know?
I think there's enough question in the family.
Is it no bond now? They could
No,
have.
it's still $100,000 bond. I spoke with the jail 2 nights ago, Christmas night. No, it's surety, but
Wait, what does surety mean for people that don't know?
they need to have collateral that equals $100,000.
Okay. So it's not okay, because I'm not even familiar about like how you get bond. Like if it's like, oh, you come up with a certain percentage, or you come up with, like I don't break the law. I have no idea.
10%.
Usually it's
Okay.
10% of whatever it is.
Okay.
But if they're asking for like surety on it, that means that they're trying to keep you there. So
Oh, okay.
it's like,
Because he's got enough of a record. I'm telling you guys.
He doesn't have a vehicle worth $100,000. The only person in that possibly has something is his ex-wife, and I don't see her bonding him out of jail.
No.
and Tammy, that's kind of what I was saying. So why is his bond so high if he's not guilty? Well, for one, you're only guilty until you're proven guilty in front of, a court of law. But in this instance, when they want to keep somebody there, when they don't want them out, or they feel that they're a flight risk or whatever it might be, they're going to set it to a point where it makes it very, very hard for them to get out of custody.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing in this instance.
So take a look at Elijah Vu. I don't know how many of y'all know about Elijah Vu's case. They made sure that bond was a very high cash-only bond. And in Wisconsin, they don't have bondsmen.
Mm.
Cash only in Wisconsin.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Now, do I believe that all these cases should have cash only? Yeah, I think it should be cash only.
Right.
Nikki, I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'll tell Nikki on him.
He does. They're plotting something.
Wrong, Nikki.
I saw that.
It's the other Nikki.
Nikki with one N.
Oh, okay.
So there's Nikki with 2 Ks, and my wife is actually Nikki with 1 K. And I accidentally made a mistake in our group, and I called my wife Nikki with 1 N. So now it's
Okay, so now I'll know. Okay.
Nikki with 1 N would be my wife.
Okay. I'll remember.
Now, do we have anybody new in here that does not know what this live stream is about? The files I got, where did I find them? I had to have somebody go down to the clerk of courts in Louisiana to pick up those documents for me. Now, those documents are not to leave that group. I do have 3 accounts in the other group, so I will know when they're posted in there.
You go, boy. I haven't been kicked out of that group. I'm surprised.
And once somebody ruins that, there will be no more documents being posted in any group that I'm in. So keep that in mind. J&M, that hasn't been released.
That's why he's Jim with 1 J.
Yeah, I'm missing this whole thing. Apparently, I missed something in the chat. They thought I was like ignoring it, but Something I don't believe. I'm not sure what it was.
Ash, yes, my main Facebook account is removed from the other group, but I did put 3 more in that group. And I don't comment or make any posts or anything in that group, so they can't figure out that I'm in there.
So Tammy Hill asked a good question. Why is the cop guarding the mom? So it is our belief that there's most likely a cop, sheriff, somebody sitting there, sitting on her room, outside the room, for a couple of reasons. In a case like this, where there's potential criminal investigation going on, where that person may be a suspect, law enforcement will respond to that hospital, and they will stay outside that room until that person wakes up, hopefully, can answer questions, figure out whether or not they have to be then detained from there. Because I've had plenty of times where somebody's committed a crime. Not saying it's the case here, but somebody committed a crime, but they were injured. They figured going to the hospital was the best choice. Transport them to the hospital. The cops go. They will sit there, and once they're ready to be released, boom, they will then take them in for questioning, things like that. So my guess is they're probably sitting there until there's a time for them to question her, if she's able to.
I was gonna say, and I wonder if she wakes up, like how soon that actually happens. Like does family talk to her first, or when are cops allowed to? Is like I guess I just wonder about all that.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's something I never really got involved in. My thing was like, my job was to transport them. My question was always like, if they were conscious and alert, like, is this person violent? Do you need to be in the back of my ambulance with me?
Right.
Or can you follow behind? And I mean, that's probably stories for another live on what I've seen go on in the back of my ambulance, but
Yeah.
most times they follow up because we had other ways to sedate people. So we would give medications to sedate them and then do soft restraints. And then once we got to the hospital, at that point, then they could cuff them to a bed if they had to. And then once my paperwork was signed, I'm out. See you later. Goodbye. This is on you guys now.
Yeah.
Julia, I do believe that when she does come through, now she doesn't have to answer questions. That's the thing a lot of people are not realizing. Just because she wakes up does not mean she has to answer any questions. She could literally say, I don't remember, or
I plead the fifth.
Right. Or I want a lawyer. Right. Any of that. Right.
It was such a long shift, just sitting and waiting for them to wake up. They're probably rotating. They rotate them out. I'll tell you that right now. They do that.
Yeah.
So they work 8, 10, 12-hour tours. They rotate them out. Sometimes they rotate them out mid-shift and bring somebody else in. I'll tell you, there's been times where some of the cops don't mind because they can sit there and flirt with the nurses while they're there. So not always a bad thing for them.
Truth.
correct, Gunner. It is their constitutional right to remain quiet.
I know that very well.
Now, I know I did just ask the question, but I wasn't paying attention to the chat because we started talking about something else. Who here does not know about Kahleb Collins? I guess I'll watch the chat this time. And for those people that are in here, I do know who's in here regularly. So if you say me, I know you're full of it. Okay, so on December 8th, a tragic car accident took the life of Kahleb's dad and sister and placed his mom in ICU. After the family learned about the car accident, they asked law enforcement, well, what about baby Kahleb? After learning about Kahleb, law enforcement went back out to the crash site and did an 8-day search looking for Kahleb. They did not locate Kahleb, So they went back to their investigation. They learned that nobody had seen Kahleb since September 4th of this year. So after law enforcement learned that, with the grandfather being the guardian of both children, and we'll get into that in a minute. After they learned that Grandpa was the guardian, he was placed under arrest for failing to report a child missing. That child suffered serious bodily harm or death, and it also states that the child had injuries. The child was removed from the home and taken to an unknown location, and nobody reported that child missing. So he is currently in Fayette County Jail on a $100,000 bond. After they arrested the grandfather, they did go out to the property where the family, all three of them were living, mom, dad, and grandfather, conducted multiple searches on that property, including dogs, Bree, I seen what you sent, including dogs, shovels, law enforcement personnel. They did not find anything because they went down in underground shelters. They dug up certain areas on that property. To no avail, they found nothing that could connect Kahleb to being anywhere on that property. So let's go back to Grandpa. After learning about Grandpa having guardianship of these children, someone that knew the family in Louisiana reached out to me, Tammy, because that's what they do. They have to, if they're given some sort of information, they have to check that tip out, whether it's true or not. No, they're still not digging. But after we learned about Grandpa, somebody out of Louisiana that knew the family reached out to me and offered to go pick up court documents. Right, Megatron? Upon receiving those court documents that she picked up for me, we learned that the grandfather had a very wonderful criminal background. We'll just say that. That consisted of domestic violence, aggravated assault multiple times, battery, hit and run, narcotics charges, DWIs, and the list goes on. And that's just one area in Louisiana. There are multiple areas that this guy has been arrested. So after learning all of that, I made a very respectful phone call to Department of Human Services in Alabama. If you want to hear that phone call, it is my very first pinned video. And that phone call confirmed one way or another they failed these children. So not only did the people that lived in that household fail these children, but the Department of Human Resources failed these children. So that's what we're here talking about tonight. Officer, standby. Did you go watch the video? There is no new update other than the DHR call that I made. It's my very first pinned video, Officer, standby. I can't play it on a live stream. You'd have to go watch the video. My TikTok agent doesn't feel it's safe for me to play that phone call on a live stream.
I agree. I've had many violations over the years.
And we cannot lose this account. We use it to fight for so many children.
Hmm.
And that's what's crazy to me is with all the other stuff you see out there, like something like that would be, oh, we gotta cancel this guy. We gotta get rid of this account
Yep.
because of something like that.
So I'll tell you a story. When I first received my TikTok agent, um, I did receive a violation for making a phone call, and they were going to take my entire account. So I appealed it. I failed my appeal. I submitted it over to my agent, and they were permanently going to ban the whole account. I submitted it over to my agent, and she got TikTok to overturn it.
Wow. I need that agent. Damn.
So
That's
Molly, it's the very first pin video on my page.
ridiculous. It really is.
I mean, you got people that panhandle on this app. You got people that scam people on this app.
Oh
I
yeah.
can't. I can't even tell you the one. I can't even say what the one private message I got on TikTok said because it'll get this whole thing taken down immediately. And I submitted it at, reported it for what was said. Nope, no violation found. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh yeah. It happens all the time.
I'm like,
All the
really?
time. All the time.
So now I did have to step up and help Mama Tot. I know a lot of you guys know who Mama Tot is.
Hmm.
I don't know how she wasn't able to get her manager to put an end to it. But when we were made aware of, let's just say, um, extremely inappropriate TikTok accounts that show everything on a woman.
Oh wow.
So I reached out to my agent and submitted all of the accounts over to her, and she was able to get them removed.
Oh wow.
So it's a problem. And now, Sarah, I know a lot of people are going to be upset with me, but I shut that live stream down too
Mm.
about the Gypsy Rose.
Did you?
Yeah, because he was trying to sell the account.
No, I'm glad you did. I recorded like 3 of those things. I made videos. I was like, this is nuts. It was crazy.
Oh, I deleted the photos.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I sit outside on my back porch because just family and dogs is just crazy. And I know this sounds so freaking stupid, but if you're into any higher powers, you'll think about this. I've got a horse pasture right next to me. The horses are neighing non freaking stop tonight. And I know they hear me on this live. And so like part of me is like, animals just know when something's wrong. I mean, they're right now, they are neighing nonstop and they've never done this. Never.
Oh wow. I
Yeah.
tell my daughter Maddie that you got horses by you. She's gonna be like, when are we taking a trip up there?
Yeah. Yeah.
She loves animals.
Beautiful horses.
Now, for those who are wondering about the person that came in here earlier that stated that if we give them $500,000, they would give us Caleb back, right?
Wow.
Yeah, they lost their account too.
Oh. That was crazy. I saw a screenshot, I think, of that. How
Yeah.
dare them? especially with all this speculation that's going on from like the marketplace ads and stuff. Like, oh my God.
Yep. That account got taken care of.
So ridiculous. And that's, what we're talking about with the one behind me, where you try to get to parents sometimes when they have, especially a missing child, about the information they put out there on posters and stuff like that. And, not putting your personal info out there because you get stupid stuff like that. It's really terrible.
Yeah, you get people scamming. Molly, it's appreciated. You guys don't have to subscribe, though. It's very much appreciated. It does go for good causes, but you guys are not required to do that here.
Don't make me say it again.
I got a mute button. See, but I can't even mute you because Bree would unmute you.
Oh. Well, I'll just go ahead and say it. He covers all the costs on his own, guys, and doesn't ask for a thing. So anything you want to gift him goes for a good cause.
But at the end of the day, so if you guys really want to know what's done with the subscription money, we have bought hardware for families with autistic children to protect them from going outside. We have helped pay for funeral expenses.
Oh my God, these horses.
We pay for court documents. We pay for background checks. You name it, we pay for it, but we pay for it out of our own pocket. Tammy, send me the name.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that up there.
Send me that name, Tammy.
So next steps, would that have anything to do with like finding out, I don't know, Grandpa's charges in another county? I mean, like, I'd be willing to help with that too,
So yeah, when she gets ready to go to that county, what I will do is I will call that county, pay them over the phone, and she will go pick them up. Now, the last time I sent her $20 to go get it, for some reason, she said that her PayPal would not allow her to accept it, so she sent it back. So I'm still trying to figure out a way to give her an extra $20 just for doing it.
What about Cash App or something?
Yeah, Cash App maybe, or Zelle.
I don't put that out here because somebody take a photo of that. Donovan Dickerson. Did somebody get that?
Wait, what happened? What did I miss?
There's a missing autistic child out of Oklahoma.
Oh, wow.
I live in Oklahoma. Can you type it out? Thank you for whoever did that. Can you type it so I can copy and paste?
Bree said she got it.
Yeah, she's got it.
Bree's got it.
$24-year-old.
It's a 24-year-old autistic person.
Oh.
What area?
Broken Arrow.
Oh, that's near Tulsa. That's an hour and a half from me. Does Kenny got a flyer up yet?
Donovan Dickerson.
Let me jump over to his site quick.
He's living with Dad, they say.
Oh, you've got a flyer right there, but that's okay. See, I don't like that group. But I can take that flyer and work with it.
Oh, November 8th. Oof, that might take me a while to look for on Kenny's page. You post so many. You get so many.
No, see, I'll explain why I don't like that group. We had a family reach out to us involving her daughter being found, and that group is refusing to remove her post for that child.
Why?
Don't know.
That's odd. Is there some sort of gifting thing about it? Donation? Hmm.
I really don't understand why.
Hmm.
But see, with it being from November, that does not stop us from being able to figure out anything. He's an hour and a half for me, max. Tulsa's an hour for me. So Broken Arrow. Kathy, that really needs to
Yeah.
fix.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Indigenous, missing indigenous, murdered indigenous, they all need notoriety. But see, Jim will tell you, and my mods will tell you, anytime I have put an indigenous individual on my platform, even Justin Nick of Crime will tell you, it doesn't go anywhere.
Terrible.
That's terrible.
It's absolutely terrible that it does not get any traction.
We had a live stream covering an indigenous missing person, and let's just say we had 600 people in here, and it dropped to 35.
Wow.
Dear Whisperer,
That's terrible.
what does that mean? Are you talking about MMIW? That's missing murdered Indigenous women, but it's actually gone into MMIP, which would be missing murdered Indigenous people, or MMIWR, murdered missing Indigenous women and relatives. So they go missing at a rate way higher than any other demographic out there, especially when you consider they make up like 1% of the population, and yet their missing and murdered rates are through the roof.
Wow.
They get,
Jim, that is so the number one reason Joe's show needs to go prime time.
Wow.
so yeah, and there's a lot with it too, because a lot of times, and this will be anybody of color or certain ethnicities, you'll notice that when they're reported missing, and if the news covers it, right away it goes to something negative right away. It'll talk about some mental health. It'll talk about drugs. It'll talk about trafficking or some like. It'll go that route. It won't be like, we have this missing person. They were last seen at this location, 5'5", 130 pounds, this age. It goes right to the bad stuff right away. And oftentimes they also focus strictly on people who go missing off the reservations, when in fact 85% of indigenous people who go missing out of major city centers like Denver, Portland, Spokane, up in Minneapolis, Minnesota, all the time. And they're when their missing persons reports are taken, their information is misput into the system, so they put them in as like Indian American, not Native American, Indigenous, Alaskan Native, things like that. So it's bad. So like the numbers out there are really bad. The Urban Indian Health Institute did a study a few years back about missing and the cases and the disparities in the reporting systems and how many are in each system. It's bad. Like, it's real bad. For an Indigenous woman, 65% of Indigenous women will face will be essayed in their life. 85% of them will face domestic violence. And if you're an Alaskan Native woman, those numbers are basically like 100%. So if you're an Indigenous woman in this country, you have a better chance of being a victim of DV or SA than you do of going to college. And that's a fact. And if that was with any other demographic in this country, if this was in any other area, people would be up in arms about it. 100% up in arms about it. but it's like, well, it's happening over there. So, like Men in Black, flashy pen. This is not the droids we are looking for. So we're not gonna talk about it. And I've talked about this a lot on Dan's lives over the course of some time, and it's bad. It really is. We still on?
Yeah, I'm still here. So
Yeah, my
I'm
dog.
also going to go one step further, Jim. If you go into the databases and the states that are prominent for indigenous individuals, you go into those databases and it hardly shows any of them missing. But I'm in close to 500 groups on social media for missing individuals. And I see way more posts than what is posted in the databases for these individuals.
I'll tell you right now, I'm logging into NamUs right now, and the good thing about NamUs, NAMUS, so NamUs.gov, is anybody can register for the NamUs site. You can go in there, you can track cases, you can follow cases, you can submit information to them on cases, but you can break down by state, by demographic, and so on and so forth. And when you look at those numbers, like of how many get entered into NamUs, and a lot of times they don't go into NamUs until they're basically like a cold case, unfortunately, because a lot of states, only 16 out of the 50 require missing persons to be entered into the NamUs system. So,
Wow.
the highest states for indigenous people going missing would be, I think, Arizona, New Mexico, California, Minnesota, Alaska, usually the Oklahoma are the ones that are really high up there. It's really, really bad. And I've used the analogy for years. I've worked in the fire service for 25 years. I'm not in a firehouse anymore. I'm in the office. But when I was on the street 25 years ago, we were Narcanning people for opiates, and I worked in areas that were considered pretty much the Dakotas as well. You're right. In areas that were like lower income, a lot of minority neighborhoods and stuff. Great people. I loved working there, and those opiates were in those neighborhoods taking people's lives for a really long time. And then suddenly they started leaching into the middle class and middle upper class neighborhoods. And then it was an epidemic, and we have to do something about it. Meantime, it was killing these people for years, and nobody batted an eye. But all of a sudden it started affecting these people. Then it was a big issue. So, and to me, it's almost the same with this, with the SA, the DV, and the missing and unaliving in the indigenous families. It's because it's over there, and it is an entire race of people that have been basically mass genocided for centuries now.
That's appalling.
Read Killers of the Flower Moon. That's right out of Dan's neck of the woods. That's a great book. Read it. It's really the reason why the FBI was founded, was because of missing and murdered indigenous.
Wow. What was the name of that?
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Okay.
Don't. I mean, they made a movie on it. I think Leonardo DiCaprio's in it. Don't watch the movie. Read the book, because the book has a ton of great information, and that was well over 100 years ago, and it is still going on today, if not worse. And like Darlene Gomez is a really, really good asset. She's out of New Mexico. She's an attorney, and she does a lot of work for MMIWR. And she's probably over the last decade done, since she started counting and keeping track, probably close to $250,000 worth of pro bono work, just representing these families in courts. So
they're asking the name of the book again.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
I just found it on Amazon.
Yeah, Killers of the Flower Moon. It is a great book. I feel it was really well written. It's true. It's the reason why the FBI was founded. So, like Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Sooners, think of the college football name. That was when they moved a lot of indigenous tribes into Oklahoma and put them basically into what they thought was barren land, only to find out they were sitting on, at the time, the early 1900s, the richest oil deposits in the world. And the indigenous trade, I think it was I'm going to say it wrong, it's probably Osage or Osage tribe, had mineral rights, so they were able to lease the ground out above to these oil corporations like the Hess Corporation and all these American Standard Oil and all these companies, but they owned the rights to the minerals underneath. So when they started getting the oil out, that money went to those indigenous families. And then they deemed that they weren't, they needed like guardianship because they weren't, in the right state of mind to control their own money. And then these people started going missing and then unalived under really suspicious circumstances. And it was a really big, huge conspiracy. And that's when J. Edgar Hoover founded the FBI and brought in people to start investigating it. I won't give away the rest of the book, but it's history and it's true. Stolen from them too. It was stolen. The money was stolen from them. Their lives were taken from them. It was bad.
That's just insane. And I live here.
Yeah. So I'm going to pull up now. I'm on missing on NamUs. So let me just pull up American Indian, Alaskan Native. Right now there's 878 people showing in the database on NamUs. And I'll tell you, I can break that down by state. And I'll tell you that the numbers, even if I break it down state by state, if I go to any of the other missing persons, the Bureau of Justice website, Indian Affairs, Bureau of Indian Affairs, the numbers are going to be different. They're going to be different all over the place. So it's bad.
I mean, I can also just attest this is just on a broader scale that anybody of color in their cases just gets different attention.
100%.
Period. How it is. I see the numbers on just my videos alone.
And that's, one of the things that was said when Gabby went missing was, the missing white woman syndrome. I think it was, what's her name? Joy Bayer or one of them. I forget one of them. I think it was like one of the View.
Oh, from the View. Yeah, Joy. Yep.
And they talked about it and they were like, listen, nothing against her, but why do they get so much attention? And that was a common question we still get from the media. Well, why do you think your daughter got so much attention and blah, 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 blah? And my response was always back to them, why are you asking me the question that you can answer? You are the media. Why was my daughter's case?
You're the media. That's
public.
exactly the right answer. You're
Why
the
did
media.
you make it that way? Now,
Right.
We were doing everything we could, like I think any parent would, to try to find their kid.
Yep.
But we were just doing what we could. We put it out there. You were what you did. And I'll tell you, Joe was getting ready to do a interview the one day, and he was on the phone. It was like a phone interview or a Zoom interview or whatever it was, and they put him on hold in the green room, and he heard one of the producers saying, "We got a sellable story."
Oh wow.
To Gabby, and they were supposed to be muted, but he's like, "I heard that."
Oh wow.
It was a sellable story, and that's why her story took off. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and it's 100% true. It is. They do. They get more attention.
Wow.
See, nowadays, thanks to social media, we have the power to change that.
Yes. And that's why I think there was a lot, losing our daughter, it's hard to say that like anything positive came out of it. It really is, because she's not here. I still say to this day, I would give my own life right now, even if it meant she only had 15 more minutes back on this earth with her brothers and sisters and her mom and everything. Like that's what I would do, to have her here.
Yeah.
But if something good can come out of something bad, it is the fact that she did bring a lot of attention to DV, which was much needed.
Yeah.
It also brought a lot of attention to the disparities in missing persons cases. And so if that's what's needed to help bring attention to these types of cases, then, if it saves a life and it finds a person, then
Right.
That's how I lay my head on the pillow at night.
Yep.
Hang on, let me see if I can get him up here. He is in here. Danny, come up for a second.
No way. I believe it when I see it.
Come on up.
Nobody crazy. It's nobody crazy.
I believe it when I see it.
He's in here.
No way.
Oh, the man, the myth.
Hear me.
We
The
hear
crime
you.
solver is here.
I'm here. I just threw a hat on. Sorry. I hope nobody can see me yet. I guess
Nobody
you
can see you. Don't worry about your hat.
All right, there you go.
So, for those who do not know who the crime solver is, Danny, tell them your background.
I was a police officer for 27 years. I was a detective for 14, and 3 of those years I was chief of police.
All right.
So, what do you, in your personal opinion, now that we finally are able to talk to you on a live platform, what is your thought on this case?
We're talking about the baby missing?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And that is, honestly, I blame neighbors, okay? I blame neighbors. I blame relatives because they knew this baby was missing and no one reported it. They knew it.
The neighbor, we've had the neighbor here. The neighbor never even seen that child since they moved into that house.
But they knew the child existed, right?
No.
No.
Oh, they never did.
No.
Oh my gosh, then I'm sorry to the neighbor.
Yeah. The spouse even went into their house at one point and never saw any sign of Kahleb. They never knew.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just an insane case. And you know what? It goes back to like, were the authorities there at all? Were children's services there? Was anybody like that there?
There was an investigation of abuse. We don't know when the last home visit was. We're speculating and saying maybe that's where the September 4th date came from.
Okay.
But, as you know,
that was the last date he was seen.
Yeah. And those documents are sealed, so we won't never really know that.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I mean, the biggest thing I could tell people out there is get involved. If you see something that's not right, trust your gut instinct. Let authorities know. Because how could that kid be missing from September and just nobody knows? Like the kid's just gone.
September. Exactly.
I mean, how does that happen? You know what I mean? Do you guys feel? I feel that father was driving 90 miles an hour on purpose.
Oh, of course.
I definitely agree. Do you guys agree with me on that?
Yes. Yes.
That's funny you said that because that was the next question I was going to ask you because I do have the photos of the crash site.
Oh yeah, I saw the photos too. That's insane. The car was basically split in two.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I feel that father was doing that on purpose. I feel he crashed on purpose. I feel all of it. I really do.
Now,
and then Dad made some Facebook post on November 6th about child having health problems, but yet he wasn't seen since September.
Exactly. I mean, if you're do they know if they took him to the doctor or anything? The baby.
Well,
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure the cops are looking into all of that.
Oh yeah.
That mother's going to be charged if she survives. I mean, she's definitely going to be.
I'm glad you say that. A lot of people have wondered and have been curious. So.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, if you're hiding the fact that your baby is missing, which, I mean, let's be honest. The baby's not missing, okay? We all know what happened to the baby. The baby's gone, okay? We can sit there and pretend it's not, but it is. Yeah. So she is going to be charged with that unalivement. Unless they sold the baby, and I hope that wasn't the case.
Oh,
no.
See, with the amount of coverage, see, for those who don't know, Danny's made videos about it. iDetective's made videos about it. All these creators that have made videos about it, that have millions of views on these videos, it's going to be very hard for this, if somebody does have this child, for them to even be able to walk out a door knowing that this has made national coverage.
Right.
Oh, exactly. I totally agree with you. There's no way she walks out of that hospital. I'm telling you right now. Listen, I'm going to go by if I handled this case, okay? First of all, I agree with the comment here. Somebody said obstructing justice. She's giving false information to the police. She's obstructing justice. And let me tell you what the cops do. When they don't have the unalivement charge, they put you in jail for other charges. They'll look to see if you have a warrant. They'll look to see if you have a traffic warrant. Anything to keep you in jail until they have enough to arrest you. So that's what they're going to do to her.
And that needs to be.
Well, that's what they're doing to Grandpa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that today. The grandpa was charged for not reporting, right?
Oh, he has so much more, Danny. So much more.
I'm sorry, guys. It was Christmas. I was not up on this case at all, but I was away. I just got back yesterday, but that's why I'm here. I apologize, guys.
Oh, Dan can fill you in on Grandpa.
So,
Okay.
After learning about Grandpa having guardianship of these children, I was reached out to somebody that lives in Louisiana that knows the family very well.
Okay.
He offered to go down to the courthouse and pick up any document I needed. So, I called the clerk of court, and I barely even got the guy's name out of my mouth. And that clerk says, I know exactly who you are. I know exactly what you need. Just tell me when you need them. And I said I needed them that day. And she had made sure I had those documents. Somebody went in Louisiana to the courthouse, picked up those documents, sent them all over to me. This guy's got domestic charges, aggravated assault charges, hit and runs, narcotics charges, DWIs, battery charges, but yet these children were placed under guardianship with him.
Oh, my God. I just don't get it. And listen, I want to tell you guys all out there, especially everybody that's in the audience. I was a cop for, like I said, 27 years. I dealt with stuff like this where children weren't taken care of. And you know what? It never works out. They never take the children from them ever until it's too late. And we have to change that. I'm telling you, we got two major problems. Children Youth Services in America is a major problem, and the mental health in this country is the second major problem. Until we fix them two fucking things, this is going to continue in America. And we got to stop our politic bullshit, handle mental health, and handle Children Youth Services. And I mean that, guys. It irritates the hell out of me. It really does.
And it's true, 100% true. Now you see why I've been trying to get Danny in here, guys?
Danny, you got to say it louder so the people in the cheap seats in the back can hear that. That you are 100% spot on.
Listen, I was a cop, guys, right? I once had a guy, and I don't want to say what he did, but he did something to both of his wrists very severely. I took him to mental health, okay? The next day, I drive down the road, less than 24 hours, and he is released from mental health. I pulled on the side of the road, and I said, how did you get released? They told me I was not an endanger to myself. He did both wrists, and he wasn't an endanger to himself. Now, that's how our mental health system sucks in this country.
How does that
It
happen?
sucks. It happens all the time. They will never keep you. You will never be kept. And let me tell you something. I've taken people in mental health that had severe problems, and if they were drinking, they kicked them loose. They kicked them loose. They're saying this because they're drinking. How many people do you think unalive themselves when they're drinking? Lots.
Okay.
Our mental health system sucks. Our Children Youth Services suck. And until we get that straightened out, that America is going to continue this way.
Well, one thing. Go ahead, Dan.
Now, I'm sure this is where Jim is getting ready to go next, so
Go ahead.
I'll see if I can. Now, Danny, if you don't know, that is Gabby Petito's bonus dad.
Jim is?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry about your daughter. I'm so sorry what happened to your daughter.
Thank you.
So sorry. I got into TikTok after her case, so I didn't do a lot on her case. I came to TikTok at the Idaho 4 case and all that stuff. That's when I came.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you, sir.
Very nice to meet you. And I got to say, it's really heartwarming to have another Northeast accent on here with the two Southern accents as well. So I think it plays well. This is like
Southern here.
music to my ears, hearing that tone.
And listen, if you don't mind me, I want to tell you something about your daughter's case there. That was, and I'm a very emotional guy. I say things people don't like, so it's just me. But them cops screwed up so bad, sir. It's not even funny. And I have done videos on that, if you go to my profile, let me tell you something. Any signs of domestic violence, there should be arrest. If you go to a house and furniture's knocked over, stuff's knocked off the kitchen table, an arrest should be made. Now we have a girl with a slap across her face. There is no way them cops shouldn't have made that arrest.
You're right.
Your daughters, honestly, it's the cops. It's the biggest fault of the police. I'm sorry to say that, but it is. And
As
I
a
think you know
DV
that.
survivor, I agree. Please keep advocating for that.
Listen, when I was a cop and I went to a domestic violence situation, 99% of the time I made an arrest because I would refuse. I didn't want to be that cop that didn't do something and somebody got unalived because of my decisions, I should say. And them cops should not have made that decision. She had a mark across her face, plus somebody saw him do it. They had two things. An arrest should have been made immediately. He should have been in handcuffs and put in jail that night. And that is a fact.
And we're even, we even said too, like, well, if your statute states that you found her to be the primary or the dominant aggressor, and your statute states that you don't get any ability to look any other way, and it was a mandatory arrest, then she should have been arrested if that's what you felt. But
Or they should have arrested both of them. We've
Or
done
both.
that before, too.
Or both, right? So,
Yes.
and what if I told you that even though Utah didn't have it as a state, but that jurisdiction had a lethality assessment protocol in place that they chose not to use?
Uh-huh.
And then, I'm not going to go too far. I can't go too far into that because we just filed an appeal on that. But the lead officer in that has, and I'll say this because I've been in the fire service for 25 years. I back the blue. I back the, firefighters and everything. But when it comes to people who dislike bad cops or bad firefighters more than anybody else, it's the good ones. So when there is a bad one, you kind of point out that say, that is not us.
Right.
Now, I'll just say that guy, the one guy in particular, is not a good guy and should not have had a badge.
Okay, I got you.
Should not have had a badge.
Yep. Honestly, and you know what? I don't know if you guys noticed, but because of the O.J. Simpson case, that's honestly why that law is in effect. That any signs of violence, any signs, knocked over furniture, a cop must, not maybe, it says in the statute, must make an arrest. So I'm telling you, sir, 100% you are going to win that case because there is no way they shouldn't have not made an arrest.
Wow.
No way.
Wow.
Well, I mean, at
I'm
this
happy
point
to
now,
hear that.
our thing is just, we're trying to bring that lethality assessment, nationwide for everybody because, we understand, I understand that not everybody has the same resources nationwide,
Right.
and
Right.
not everybody has the same training and, there's a lot of disparities, but you know what? Every victim deserves to have the same, care when law enforcement, first responders arrive on scene and to know what level of danger they're in. And I think if they actually would have done a lethality with her, she would have realized that she was potentially in a bad situation because the Alliance for Hope International, the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention, did a whole study on her in that case prior to me actually going and speaking at their conferences. And they determined that she was most likely, by how she was portraying herself and displaying things and kind of acting in that video, that she was probably most likely strangled prior to that police law enforcement interaction that day.
Jim, that makes sense. Jim, that makes sense based on what I told you I went through.
Yeah.
It
Right.
makes sense. It
And
makes
that's why,
sense.
and that's why
Great.
I was telling you too, like, we
No,
have
it
to
makes sense.
normalize saying the words like a lot of people say. I was choked. It was he just choked me a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah.
He wasn't choked. It was,
They do. They start with choking a little bit.
and it's
Oh, wow.
it's strangulation, and people and women need to know just how dangerous people who strangle are.
Wow.
They're not just a danger to the people that they are physically abusing; they're a danger to society. When you look at mass shooters in America, they have a lot of them have history of strangulation. When you talk about law enforcement killed in the line of duty, 40% of the people who kill law enforcement in the line of duty have a previous history of strangulation. These are dangerous people, and yet 90% of the time, 90% of them who are charged with felony strangulation are never convicted of it. 90%.
Wow.
I totally agree with everything you're saying. 100%.
They get back out on the street, and what do? They do it again.
Do it again.
They
Do it
unalive.
again.
Yep. And let me tell you something. Here's the other thing. If you think about DUIs, right? Now, I come from the state of Pennsylvania. I live in Nevada now. I live in Las Vegas. But I was a cop in Pennsylvania. Our laws for DUI, first DUI, mandatory, 2 days in jail. Second DUI, 30 days in jail. Why don't we do this for other crimes? Like
Right.
domestic violence. Why is there negotiations on this? And I'm going to tell you, 90% get probation for domestic violence. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're not going to jail. There should be mandate jail. You do something, you put your hands on your wife, your girlfriend, your daughter, you're going to jail. Mandate.
A woman on a man. I mean, either way.
Either way, I agree with you. But I mean, honestly, 90% of it is going to be male. 95 to 96% male.
Agree.
I had a girl, I'm going to tell you this, and I try to keep it TikTok safe. I had a girl where I arrested her husband at least 5 different times for domestic violence. The 6th time I went there, she took and put it right through his nose, and it was a steak. I don't want to say it on TikTok, but you could imagine. And she had it stuck right through his nose when I got there. So she had to fight back on her own because the law was not protecting her. And that's the truth.
Yeah, and the most dangerous time for them is after once they're separated and then they're reunited. That period afterwards, that's the most dangerous time.
Yes.
It takes at least 7 times, on average, before they finally leave. And they don't leave for numerous reasons. I can go on, and everybody, they want to say, well, they didn't leave, it's their fault, or they secretly want it, or
Right.
they don't care. But they're staying there for so many reasons, and it's really not for anybody's, approval, disapproval, or whatever on why they're staying. That's for them, because they are trying to negotiate their life the best way they know how. And yet these people are let back out on the street all the time. You get
For me, it was
prevention
thinking I
program.
was protecting my family because I thought that my person was going to harm my family. So you just never know.
Yeah,
And you know what? And it's financial too for some women. You know what I mean? It's financial. You have 3 kids. Maybe your husband is making the money. How do you leave? You might not have support. It's financial sometimes with women too. It really is. It's hard for people to leave.
It affects
true.
all demographics.
Right.
It does not know any boundaries between race, religion, economical, reasons or whatever.
Yeah.
I can tell you that I'm the vice president of the Domestic Violence Coalition in the state of Florida, and I'll tell you that there was a lady down here who was a very prominent person who donates a tremendous amount of money to a DV organization. And when I tell you her husband is probably worth close to $1 billion, it's probably worth close to $1 billion.
Wow.
She was a victim of DV. You know what it's like for her?
Oh,
It's like
wow.
for her to step away from that. This person who's a pillar of the community, who does all these great things, to say,
Oh, yeah.
I need help and for people to believe her and
No.
to walk into an organization, let alone a shelter, and say,
Impossible.
I need help, So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, if you.
Well, and we questioned, Danny, if there was DV involved here too in
Right.
this situation,
Yeah.
but we don't know.
You know what?
It's
And
speculation.
my sister was, I think we all had this in our family. My sister's husband was abusive. So I went through that also with my sister, her husband. I remember at Christmas, he ruined their whole Christmas because he struck my sister. My dad was 60 years old fighting a 30-year-old man in our driveway because of
wow.
what happened with my sister. So, I mean, it's everywhere. I think we've all been hit by it.
Now, real quick, not to change the subject. For those who don't remember, the other night I was speaking about the person that pushed me to do live streams. It is that guy right down there. We had a conversation.
Danny.
He pushed me to do it.
I just told him, I said, if you're going to get your word out, you just got to put your face out there. That's what I told Dan. You got to put your face out there. And listen, you get hate no matter what you do. Even if you're doing stuff good, you get hate. I get hate every single day.
You're
every
so
single
right.
day.
You're so
But
right.
you got to just keep doing it.
Yep, and I have nonstop. And I'll tell you, going live was the best thing because we have been able to help so many missing children be located just through TikTok live stream.
And guys, the good news is TikTok might be saved. Did you guys see that today?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did I send
Yes,
that to you?
Trump sent a letter to the Supreme Court to put a hold on it. So hopefully they'll
I
listen.
always felt like it was going to be okay, honestly.
It's just so much good. Look what we're doing right now and what Dan's doing, all you are doing. It's a good thing. You know?
So, Dan, I just want to say one thing. I missed a lot of the chat, but I've seen a few comments here. One, there's a lot of survivors in the chat. And I want to thank you for sharing what you have shared. And I'm sorry that you went through what you went through. It is not your fault. But there are also some people making comments here that they're currently going through a DV situation. Listen, I am by no means an expert, but I do have a lot of connections where we can hopefully get you, if you are currently going through it and you want to start doing your safety planning, we can connect you to some local resources that can hopefully start helping you get to that road of safety. So you can
I'm
reach
here
out.
too. I'm here too.
My detective, she's a survivor.
Oh, I'm here. Many times I've survived things. I'm here.
Reach out to us. In my link tree, I started to add some resources in there. So I have the National Domestic Violence Hotline. That number is 1-800-799-SAFE. They are very busy and understaffed like many organizations. So if they don't pick up on the first try, keep trying. They also have an online chat that you can get onto and do an online chat with them where they can guide you through local resources. They also put domesticshelters.org, which is another resource on there as well. So click on that, reach out to iDetective, myself, whoever, and we will try to guide you the best we can.
Yeah, if it feels better to reach out to a woman, I'm here. I will find the resources through Jim or other people I know and help you guys.
I know
I've been through a lot.
being a man, it's a little weird for people to hear a man talking about DV and how we need to do changes. But I think Danny has said it too. You know, my personal belief.
There's many people in our corners.
There's a lot.
It's mental manipulation as well, guys. So
it starts with coercive control. It's about power and control, and they start to chip away little by little at you. And that is, Jim, give out that number again. It is 1-800-799-SAFE, SAFE. Right?
it feels good, honestly, to have men in our corner. Like for me as a woman, to hear you men standing up for it, it feels good. It feels safe, you know?
Listen, women have been fighting this publicly for like 50 years now. And you know what? It's about time men stood up. And there's a lot of good organizations out there. There's one out of Naples, and their name eludes me right now. I apologize. But there's another one out of New York, A Call to Men. I think Tony Porter is the one who runs that organization. More men have to stand up and say, we're done with this. This violence against women is not okay. It's got to stop. You know, when you look at the statistics, I have 4 kids. I have 3 daughters. 1 in 3 women will experience severe violent domestic violence in their life. And one of my daughters
severe is subjective, though. Let me just reiterate that, Jim. Severe is subjective. You know, because it can start as manipulative, and then physical doesn't necessarily have to be as physical as strangulation.
Isolation.
Yeah.
Financial abuse, gaslighting, love bombing, stalking, digital stalking. Those are all, it all starts a little bit. And those are all things I miss with Gabby. As a dad, you better believe, like, my son, he's 21 now. Listen, like, I was on him with certain things, but he's a guy. Like, you know, like, be respectful, be good, be smart, watch out. But my daughter was always overly protective. And with this one, there were other boyfriends Gabby had, and I'm like, I don't like this guy. There's something about it. And I was right on those ones. This one, completely missed it.
You completely missed it? You had no sign of it?
There were, and it was like, well, it's COVID, you know, it's just a crazy time.
Okay.
But I would look back on it, and I'm like, bam, bam, bam. And that's why her case is used by every domestic violence organization, not just around the U.S., but around the world, because she hits every component of DV.
So Sergeant's got a question. What are your thoughts on Grandpa?
Grandpa, I don't know a lot, just what you guys told me. I guess he knew, right? He knew the baby was missing and didn't report it. Am I correct?
Yep.
Right.
Then
They
he
all lived
definitely,
in-
if the grandpa's got to be involved or he knows what happened.
Tell him about his charges, Dan.
I told Danny about
Okay.
the charges. They all three lived in the same house.
Ugh.
So we got custody of the
Right.
kids, but they lived in the same home.
Oh my God. Yeah, the grandfather's involved. You know what I mean? It's so
Even if he
sick.
didn't do anything, he's involved by that in general. He knows September 4th was the last time this child was quoted as being seen.
That's crazy. I couldn't even believe when I read that story.
And let me say, that was quoted as being seen with injury and or death.
Oh my God. It's absolutely horrible. It really is. I just did another video about an hour ago on it. It's so crazy. And Jim, I was going to say, when we get off this, if you could send me that domestic violence number and all that, I'll do a whole video on this tomorrow.
100%. I'll send it all over to you.
All right. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it because I'll help you guys out. Whatever you guys need, email me, DM me. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do.
Now, with both of you guys' permission, I can exchange both of you guys' numbers.
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, I'll send Danny. I'll send Jim's number to you, and Jim, I'll send Danny's number to you.
That'd be great. I appreciate it.
Listen, I got to go, guys, but thank you for inviting me on. Nice meeting all of you guys. If you need anything, just let me know.
Thanks,
All right,
Danny.
Thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye.
Bailey's back.
K9 Bailey Blue.
Bailey, you can turn up your phone now.
We are New York, Pennsylvania, aggressive.
Love Bailey.
Y'all northerns, I'm telling you.
Well, I'm glad. I'm
Wow.
glad he hopped in. I didn't think it was gonna happen till it happened. So I'm glad.
I caught Jim's stuff, which is again always great information.
Right.
So I caught the very end of him talking, and and unfortunately he had to leave.
I know. I know.
So
you
I didn't. Well, I mean, outside of what I already said, X, Y, and Z, I don't know him, so I missed his whole spill in getting to know him, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, so he is a retired Pennsylvania law enforcement officer, detective. He was a chief of police at one time. He finally showed up in here, and I was glad that he finally did, so he can give a law enforcement perspective as to his feelings connected to this case.
The more the merrier, and it's always good to have people that have the different backgrounds to shed light on different cases for sure. So whether he's got the Yankee talk or not, he has his place.
Easy with the Yankee. Easy.
I don't hold it against you.
Listen, I'm very cognizant about my New York accent down here in Florida, so I try not to say things like coffee, water, things.
Say quarter.
Quarter.
So my grandmother, she was from
Wait,
Chicago.
I didn't even realize that was something different. Quarter.
Quarter.
Oh yeah, quarter.
Quarter. Okay.
And but I'm very, very aware that I sound like fried chicken, so it is what it is.
Fried chicken? Wait, what does fried chicken refer to?
Just Southern. I know I sound like a Southern hick, okay? So it is what
You
it
do not
is.
sound Southern to me, and I'm Southern girl. That's all I gotta say.
I feel I won't even leave voice messages because I can't. I'm like, oh my God, I sound like that.
I'll start teaching a class down here, and Florida is just a melting pot of people from all over the place. And
Yep.
people will be like, "Are you from Florida?" Yeah.
Florida.
And it's like, yeah, I'm from here. And they're like, "Are you sure you're from here?" I'm like, "Well, I was originally born in Mississippi, but I moved here like 3 years ago." And they're like, "Are you sure? Because you sound like New Jersey, Boston, New York. You got me, So
The one difference we always had in my area of the southernness was Florida did not say their H's. You know what I'm talking about?
Didn't say their H's.
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to think of the words. Like, my dad was from that area, and he always they just wouldn't say H, and it would be like Huberman instead of Huberman or something.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, Florida is like a unique place where the farther north you go, the more south it gets.
That's true.
The further south you go, it's just all displaced people from New York, New Jersey, Ohio.
Charlotte, North Carolina is. It's just combustion of stuff.
So.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I was when I was in North Carolina doing the disaster work. I thought I was Southern, and there was such a language barrier, and
Western North Carolina is a lot different than any other part of North Carolina for sure.
Yeah, and that's where I was, but they called a four-wheeler, which I call a gator, something completely different. Side by side. Yeah, it was a side by side. And so the guy came in, he's like, "Hey, I got the side by side ready for you." And I'm looking at him like, "You're talking Greek to me." And he was like, "I got the side by side." And I was like, "Honey, I didn't ask for a fridge." And he looked at me like I was stupid. And so we're just looking at each other like, brain cells are not computing. And I was like, so I told him, I said, "Point to me what you're talking about." And he pointed to the gator. And I was like, "Oh, that's a gator." And he looked at me. I was like, "That's not a side by side." He goes, "No, that's a side by side." And I was like, "We'll agree to disagree."
You're from New York.
So it was just, so it's just, it was different things that I had. I definitely got another dialect lesson.
Well, I think even over in Texas, like a refrigerator's an ice box.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah,
we call them a fridge.
Yeah,
we call them a fridge. Ice, side by side, or an ice box. Yeah, or deep freeze.
ATV in Canada. Listen, I have a whole sheet outside my office. It's a whole translation sheet of Long Island to the rest of the world, so people can understand what I'm saying. Oh, my wife
Try going overseas.
Hey,
yeah, going over.
Real quick, who is Lone Wolf on Facebook in here? If you're still in here.
Wait, why do I know that name? Nikki's in. Nikki with one N.
Nikki with one N. My much, much, much better half.
Lone Wolf Angel Baby.
Why do I recognize that name?
I recognize it too. I'm trying to figure out who it is.
Do I really do recognize it. They call them side by sides, but I call them a four-wheeler. That's what I always called them. I don't understand side by side.
Well, a four-wheeler and a gator are two different things here.
Well, hell, I don't know any of it.
So, but yeah, try going overseas and you already stick out as obviously a tourist, an American, and then you start talking and they're really like, "Where are you from?" And then you say Oklahoma, and then they ask you obviously if you're native, and you're like, "Yes," and then they ask you, "Do you still live in teepees?" And I'm like, "No."
Oh gosh.
Oh my Lanta.
Oh gosh.
But seriously, they do, and I had
No,
to
it's a
ask
valid
how many
question.
times.
I mean, for them, it's a valid.
It is
question.
a valid question.
It is. Yeah.
And so then it was just it's. I never felt so out of place in my life being overseas like that. But it's been fun. But it definitely you get reminded quickly of your accent that you don't think you have.
Mine gets really bad as soon as I get back up north. As soon as it goes.
Beautiful said people tells her she talks too fast in the South. Yeah, that's something you got to talk slow in the South. You got to talk slow. Everything's got to take a minute.
My kids say there's no such thing as fast food in the South. She's like, nothing is fast down here. I'm like, you can't go by New York standards. New York, you get everything 2 minutes ago.
Cedar, can you send that to Facebook to me so I don't have to go over to Discord?
And K9 Bailey, my kids and I are all obsessed with the doggo videos on TikTok.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God, they're amazing.
Oh, yes.
I got to bring my
Bailey
one
Blue.
rescue pup out to you because I don't know.
I had to stop interacting with some of her videos. I was like, I'm going to look like a freaking leech or something. I was like, her videos are so awesome.
I was looking at videos. You know, TikTok is weird. I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm pretty
Cedar,
new on it.
yes. Yes, that is her. Okay.
I'm like looking at it and I'm like, oh my God, this video is from like 3 months ago. I'm like, I'm going to like
Same. Yeah. And I'm like, oh God, I'm looking like such a freak. I'm interacting with all these old videos, but they're so cool.
But it's also like,
Well,
it like pops up in the feed as like 3 months ago as if it was
Yeah.
like 2 days ago.
Yep.
Well, I
Yes.
appreciate you guys interacting with them, but I mean, that's what they're there for. So, no, I mean, I have a mix. My page is a mix of, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it by now. It's a mix of everything. It's a little personal, mostly dogs and
how it
search
should
and
be.
rescue and detection and, you know, outside of work. But I really and honestly, I was late to the game to TikTok. My original page actually got taken down, so I had to start all over again. But I came to TikTok as my own personal journal and diary. It was not to really like go out and get all of these followers, this, that, and the other. That was never my goal. It was just really like, if you follow along, great. If you don't, great. This is really for me and me only. And then, you know, I have a little bit of videos that kind of show different things, but I don't get into the whole dog training. I'm not here to tell you, give you advice over the internet and become an internet dog trainer. I'm not here to get into the dog training drama. I do my thing. I think it's fun. Here's fun clips of Bailey and what I do, and enjoy it. Because if
Bailey,
you
I
need
think you're
dog
here for
training,
a reason, and it'll show when it's evident.
yeah, if you need dog training or dog advice, reach out and I'll answer your question. And if I don't have the answer, I'll figure it out and find it for you. But I'm not here to preach at you either.
But your help, just in information you've shared in this case alone, has been invaluable.
Well, I mean, it's a passion of mine. And obviously search and rescue is a passion of mine, which is kind of how I met Dan and everything else. And so that's always first and foremost outside of work when it comes to the detection side and what I do for different departments and agencies. Search and rescue is always number one and is always going to be number one.
My name is
I'm not going to.
go full time in the search and rescue. Quit my job and do that. So that's kind of like,
Yeah, I met Dan with a lady who had contacted me that her mother was a dual citizen and went missing in Mexico when we went live with her. That's how I met. That's how I met Dan. So he's been invaluable ever since. I just had my own little excursions and breaks I had to take on my own. But yeah, he's been nonstop. Nonstop. That's a soldier right there, guys. That's why I say keep those gifts coming to him, because he does stuff all on his own. He never asks for help. Don't even try to mute me, because Bree will unmute me, okay? He does everything.
And that's what I've said. You know, I went on a rant not too long ago. Is like, if any search and rescue volunteer search and rescue person ever asks you for, or tells you that you owe them money or ask you for money, just run. Absolutely run. A department or an agency that is helping you will never ask you for money either. So if they're saying they're with a department or agency, they're lying and they're a scammer. If they're a volunteer and asking you for money, they're a liar and a scammer.
That's right.
So
Exactly, Bailey.
so thank you, Dan, for putting me up on the big screen. I was actually going to ask you if I could get like 2 or 3 minutes to talk about this very recent missing persons case. So this is Kenny's poster, the Aware Foundation. A lot of other, Dan also has one as well. So Ashley Schreiber, she is out of Long Island, New York, Medford, New York, which is very close. If anybody's been following any of our posts, Emma Ray Gervasi, she is also from this area. So this would be the next town over from where Nikki and I lived. It's actually where Nikki grew up. So Medford, New York. She's 14 years old. She was reported missing by a family member after she was last seen leaving her home on Watch Hill Avenue in Medford around midnight Friday. Well, they said Friday. I think it was actually Thursday night. I think it was last night. So she's 5'6", 130 pounds. She has dark hair with red highlights. And she told her family that she was going to the 7-Eleven down the road, which is, you come out of her neighborhood and onto Horse Block Road. It's a very heavily commercial area, a lot of businesses. And she would have to cross a major state road, State Route 112, to get to the 7-Eleven. And she never came home. So that area up there is a heavily traveled area. It's also a heavily trafficked area for underage girls. Medford is a bad town. Well, Medford can be a bad town, yeah. So there are areas. I work that area kind of a little south of there. So my buddy's actually the detective working on this case. It's the 6th Precinct in Suffolk County, New York. So the family is looking for any help, anybody who may have seen her. So the detectives are pulling all of the local footage from commercial businesses in the area, trying to put some things together. We're hoping that she is found in short order. But she does have a lot of similarities, look-wise, age-wise, everything else to Emma Ray. So you're from Riverhead, yeah?
Do you have a video that I can share, Jim, or what I need to make my own?
I did put a post up on my TikTok, also on my Facebook as well. I think Dan's got something up too on it, and
I can't see behind you that well. Is there like a little story or anything I'd be able to like make a video on?
I can send you a news article on it too. I didn't do a story. That's something my wife keeps telling me I got to do more of, because even though I look like this, she's like, people actually like to see your face and hear your
No, they would. Yeah, they react definitely.
So I'll probably do one on it, but yeah, I'll definitely send you more info on it. But 14 years old, Ashley Schreiber, I believe the parents are divorced, but they're looking for her. So I'm not sure if she's at mom's house or dad's house, but
I do not have a video up yet, but as soon as we get done with this live, I am putting a video up for that person that just asked.
Suffolk County Detective, I missed that. Cousin Raymond Gossett was a Suffolk County detective, but retired now. Yeah, my buddy, he's up in the 6th Precinct. This is one of his cases. I've known him since he was a little kid. he's a few years. I actually went to the prom with his sister. I'm not gonna lie, but
Oh, wow.
but he's a good dude. He's really caring. He's great. He's on it. I was texting him about it while he was en route to the family's house. So he was like, "You get stuff before me." He's like, "What do you got?" Blasco, that name sounds real familiar. Where is that at? It's Medford, New York, Long Island, New York. So Suffolk County, it's probably about 50 miles east of New York City on Long Island. So yeah, I have a little video just of this missing persons poster on my TikTok. I also have it on my Facebook page. You can find in my link tree, which I don't think I'm supposed to say book face on here. I'm supposed to do the whole opposite thing, but
Listen, Jim, you're in my live stream. Listen, Facebook, link tree.
He's got an agent. He's got an agent.
I tell you, man. Listen, I'm new to this whole TikTok thing, so I'm trying to make sure I don't get put in TikTok jail. You know,
I'm not, and I still get violated.
So, but yeah, she's another one, 14 years old, and if I don't know if this is a trafficking incident at all, but when people think of human trafficking and what it really looks like, she probably hits a lot of these
That's the key. What it really looks like. People
Yeah.
think it's a certain things, but it's really, the spectrum is broad.
And it is happening around you all the time. You don't even realize it. So it's basically modern day slavery. Is
Yep.
really what it is. And they prey on certain people. So they look for weaknesses on people. So
Yep.
think of they might have mental health issues or self-confidence issues or come from a broken home or
Yep.
have substance abuse issues, things like that, and they expose them and the master manipulators, and they start to pick away at them and then
Yep.
make them feel like they are the trusted ones and lure them away, and before you know it, they have them out of the house and
That's right.
have them doing exactly what they need, and that's how that works, and it happens like that.
All right, let me calm my mods down real quick. So, my agent sent me a list of all the forbidden words on TikTok.
Okay.
Linktree is not one of them. Neither is Facebook, Instagram, Clapper, or
Oh.
any other social media site.
I'm surprised to hear that, honestly.
Okay.
Okay, I'm happy.
So nothing.
In
So
another live, I was just going to say in another live that I was in that we called Clapper the Crab Shack.
Okay. All right.
So, Bailey,
Do not go over there and do not start scrolling. I warned you.
Oh, it's crazy.
yes,
Oh, it's crazy.
Do it.
Oh, it's
Tell us about
crazy.
the Clapper,
do not go over to Clapper.
Clapper's crazy, y'all. I am
Clapper
on Clapper
is
though, in
rated.
case TikTok gets banned.
I am on Clapper as well,
too.
but I'm just saying it don't scroll and don't just it's R to X rated.
You thought TikTok was bad? Oh my God.
Dan,
Oh
did
my
you say
God.
something about Clapper. It was like the diamond version of the social media sites or something.
Oh, I don't even know how to explain it. I just really don't.
It's its whole ball and gambit, honey, and
It's just- It's
it
not
will make
regulated right
TikTok-
now.
No, it's not regulated, and it'll make TikTok look like the sandbox.
It will. It
Oh,
will.
Dan knows what I'm talking about with the diamond and Clapper.
Oh my gosh. I don't
Yeah,
even know
don't
what
go
diamond means.
into any live stream on Clapper.
Okay, I've heard live streams get crazy.
Unless
I've heard that.
Well, unless you know that person, they also have I guess if you go live over there, the people you'll have what I call randos say, "Do you want to do D&Ds?" Don't say yes. Don't do it. That's
My
where
friend-
you can lock the live and things go down behind a locked live that only the two people in it can see.
Dude, that sounds like one of those kind of sites. You know what I mean?
It is.
So my friend True Crime Mama already told me from the beginning. She was like, don't go on lives, especially at night. she told me that, and I never have. And I understood.
So they're not talking about
We have-
Dungeons and Dragons?
Mm-mm.
Oh no, it's definitely not Dungeons and Dragons.
No.
No, they're making money over there. Hint, hint.
Oh, wow.
Wait, can I quit my job and like do that full time?
I mean, if that's what you and Nikki want to do.
I mean, I won't judge you. I won't judge you to your face. Okay.
I won't judge anybody,
I'm just
all right?
saying.
If that's what
I
you
don't think there's a market.
Nikki with one N wants to do.
Nikki with one in, honey, get your man, because, I mean,
Hey, you know,
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, we know.
Like Heather said right
No,
there.
it is.
That is what they're doing over there.
It is. I was told early on.
They're farming?
Yeah. And
oh yeah, they're farming.
Is that cattle corn or is that like
That's the way they want you to make money, is on those lives and asking for crazy ass stuff.
They're farming with their hoes in hand and their sticks and
Yeah, that was a good word. That was right.
oh
it
boy.
is.
yep, they're farming all right.
Oh yeah,
Let's
they're
put it
farming
this way.
hard.
It's so bad. I left uninstalled Clapper. That was my next platform.
Oh no, I was all about Clapper. I was like, okay, so if TikTok goes down, Clapper's my next way. Like it's kind of like, you know, TikTok. And then I was like, I don't think I'm brave enough to go live on Clapper. I can't handle it. I can't do it.
Me too, Mandy. I uninstalled it. Now, I'm sure my account's still there because I never deactivated. I was so upset with that platform being 17 and up, and they allowed that kind of stuff on that
Oh, it's
platform.
terrible.
So I deleted
Honey,
it.
I'm gonna tell you. So a friend of ours, she got in trouble on live on TikTok and got grounded. So there was a group of us, about 6 of us, and so we all went to Clapper to go live to do our, just nightly BSing. And we all found out real quickly what Clapper was about, and that hence that it started being called the Crab Shack, and we all said we'd all get on Snap saying like, "Hey, are we ready to go, live on Clapper?" And everybody would say yes, and I'm like, "Okay, well, everybody line up for their penicillin shot before we push to join Clapper because you need penicillin before you even go to that app."
Oh wow.
It's
Oh
that
wow.
bad.
That's scary.
It is that bad.
That's scary, man.
But here's the thing. Let's take this all full circle. You've got an app like that is wide open. What do you think would be the perfect use for that?
Oh, the absolute worst.
Yeah.
The absolute worst. There's so much is going to come out of that.
Trafficking.
Yeah.
Trafficking, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
It's just sitting there waiting and hoping that TikTok goes down. It's just sitting and waiting. They've got a TikTok account. Clapper's got a TikTok account, like waiting and hoping. I don't want to say too much because I don't want us to be like flagged or anything like that. But
And I'm going to step up and say something else pertaining to that. Yeah, they want to take down this platform where they prohibit stuff like that, and
Right.
they remove content like that, but yet they allow that platform to stay up.
right.
I'm not going to blow this person up, but somebody in the comments wrote downloaded and favorited.
No, download favorited. That's the new TikTok.
Oh, okay. I thought they were
Wait,
talking
what
about
now?
the other one. I
What
was
is
like,
it?
Favorited.
What is
I
that?
haven't heard of that one.
What is that?
So that one is a live streaming platform for people just in case TikTok goes away.
Wait,
And-
what's that? So the app is called Favorited?
Yep, you just can't post videos. You can
Okay.
only live stream.
okay.
Okay.
It's because my mind was going
Right.
Right.
somewhere
Same.
else. I was like, wait, what? It's
Yeah.
like TikTok, but no shop. Okay. There's Lemonade. Yeah, I know there's another one.
Yeah, Lemonade
Well, Lemonade,
it's owned by TikTok.
TikTok.
ByteDance. It's the same company. So if one goes down, the other goes down. I was mistaken by that too. Yeah. So
Yeah.
But thankfully, we may not have to worry about TikTok going anywhere.
I don't think we will, honestly, guys. I really don't.
I don't think so either, but I'm going to do my shameless plug. And you guys can go over to Insta if that's where you're at. And it's K9 Bailey Blue over on Insta.
All my links are in my bio. All my links.
Mine too.
Me too.
Yep. And we love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. We love it. We love it. We love it. TikTok Shop is awesome.
But does Insta send you things to model though? Because TikTok Shop has sent Dan and I quite a few things. Model.
What, did you get your favorite red dress?
I didn't get a red dress. It was
Did you see where I tagged you? Did you see where I tagged you, Jim, on that post?
Maybe.
Okay, so there, I got this article of clothing for my husband. It was a shirt for a man, and I was like, oh, I got this for my husband. It's so great, and he actually does like it. So, and I was like, that's how you do it. Because you said you had gotten a bra for Nick.
Bra. And then I got some very nice leggings. They come in multiple different colors.
I mean, hell, if
Are they
you
the
wanted
butt
to try
lifting
those
kind?
on, hey, if you wanted
They
to try
were not
those
the
on,
lifting kind, but I'm gonna tell you. You can ask
people
my-
might have liked you in those leggings. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think I need the butt lifting kind because it's already
Hey.
kind of lifted nicely.
Well, speak for yourself.
Yeah, speak for your damn self. I need that shit. Give it to me.
No, listen. See, that's my problem with TikTok Shop. I do. It's
I thought he was going to
they
say
have-
that's his problem with the best.
Um,
Dude.
they want me to promote bras and women's items, but I would really get the fruit if I did that.
There's got to be other items. If you go into your collab
I get
invites,
that's
there's got to be other
that's
items
not fair.
that they invite
Yeah,
you
that's.
to.
I'm just gonna say that's not fair because y'all are getting all the interesting stuff. I get dog stuff sent to me, and it's all caw, and I won't promote, especially dog stuff. I will not promote
Yeah.
or sell things
Yeah.
that I would not touch my own canine with a 10-foot pole with. I won't do it for a penny.
I
won't
understand
do
that.
it.
Yeah. I deny those stuff, like certain things, like that you
I-
put in your body or, yeah.
Sarah Dawn, I like you. I love you. Please stop putting in the chat. Send him a mullet wig, please, because it's going to show up tomorrow morning. Please don't do that. I already got a wig comb sent to me, and I think the next thing they send me is an actual wig. I get it. I'm bald. I know.
Hey, bald men are awesome. My husband is bald. I love bald men. Bald men are awesome. Keep them bald.
Not many guys can pull it off. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, you shave it and you keep it bald. That's how you do it.
You put the little beard in there, keep the grays in.
Yep.
Looks distinguished, so they say. But somebody, and actually in one of the groups, in regards to the case that we actually got onto the original live about, we were talking about this the other night about what the TikTok shop sends us, and then some lady was trying to tell us something about pasties of some sort. Apparently there's some like silicone type pasty thing, and they're like, you need to get that.
Cakes,
You can,
cakes.
yeah. And so then she's like, get those and then demo the bra they sent you.
I don't think that's
I'm
necessary.
I'm telling you
Nah.
for the women in here, for the women in here. If you've seen the videos on the cakes, and you have to know what I'm talking about, 100% worth it. 100% worth it. Just size up. When they tell you to size up in the videos, they're not lying. Do it. You'll thank me later.
Yeah.
So my question would be, do I have to shave my chest in order for them to stick?
Yes.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Okay.
Me neither.
Dan, you gotta go way back into one of those groups that you got there. That would get views, Jim.
And that's my thing with these products is I guess I can be a girly girl, but I'm more of like, send me like the rechargeable solar batteries. Send me a good knife. Send me some. Send me that stuff, and I will promote it all day long because I use that stuff. But it's not girly girl stuff.
Send me stickers.
I will also say real quick, like
Dumpster fire.
I was in TikTok jail for quite a while because of the breaks that I took the past couple of years. TikTok shop will break you out of jail. I'm just going to tell you that right now. If you need help, you go and you post some you little product videos. You just do it. Okay? Just do it consistently. Go get you your little samples. It will break you out of jail. It will make TikTok like you. Consistency is key. I promise you. Because I've gone from like being just like hit on tons of views to like nothing because you take a break, then you get hit on again, and you take break and you lose it. And I'm telling you, that's what'll do it. TikTok shop. Everybody say I love TikTok shop in the comment, okay? Just in case we get hit right now. Just saying.
My thing is that I guess I don't have enough followers because I do get the collabs, but I don't get sent any freebies.
All right, hang on. While we're here, we need to get her to 10,000 followers. We got enough in here to do it.
Wait, is she not at 10,000? I thought she was. Oh, come on, guys. She's at 9912. Come on, we can get her up there. Come on. Everybody get her up to 10,000.
Guys, I appreciate it, but you don't have
Here,
to.
Come on.
Make it easier for everybody.
No, come on. Where's Jim at? Where's with his followers?
Oh, me? I'm doing well. I'm over 2,300.
Oh, everybody follow Jim. Come on.
So follow K9 Bailey Boo. Basically, follow everybody here. But if we can get Bailey to 10K, she'll be able to do these things on TikTok Shop, and that also would help her in her journey as what she's doing without.
It does. Just think of it as your business. Like if you have a bigger purpose of what you want to share, think of that every time you're making these posts. That's what I think of. Honestly, guys. Like you two, Dan and Jim.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, what I do, and it's not shameless or whatever, but everything that I do, I don't charge for. It is 100% completely out of my pocket. But
TikTok is
I
an
don't have a
algorithm.
problem. Yeah, but I don't I do it because I have a passion for it. I do it because there's a need. I do it because I have the skills to do it, and that's what I'm going to do. So if it costs me money, it costs me money.
And that will always win. That will always win, Bailey, like for sure. But to try to combat some of, TikTok's AI, like it'll help. Just promise. I promise you.
Let's see where Bailey's at now. All right, we need to get. Let's see, she's at 9934.
Almost there.
I appreciate you.
What else can we talk about with baby Kahleb while we're getting these numbers up?
So, who's new in here that does not know about Kahleb Collins missing out of Alabama?
Yeah, anybody? Anybody that hasn't been here? I feel like these are like normal names.
All right, give me a second. Let me change the group pattern.
I don't. Oh, there's a few that don't.
Okay,
Dan is going to be the number one.
Oh, we can't fit the. I can't fit the thing in that way.
Oh, there's some new ones. Surprised. It surprises me every time how many new people are in here about this case.
All right, so this here is missing Kahleb Collins. On December 8th, there was an accident that took the life of his father and his sister and placed his mother into ICU. Now, had that accident not occurred, nobody would know Kahleb Collins was missing. So on December 8th, the dad was driving his Toyota Tacoma at 92 miles an hour, slammed into a tree head on. After that accident occurred, the family reached out to law enforcement asking about baby Kahleb. That's when law enforcement learned that that family had another child. So they went back out to the crash scene and searched for 8 days to try to locate and see if baby Kahleb was involved in the accident as well. Come to find out, through their investigations, nobody had seen baby Kahleb since December 4th of this year. So after law enforcement learned that with the grandfather having custody, guardianship of both Kahleb and his sister, the grandfather was charged for failing to report a child missing, and that child suffered serious bodily harm or death. It also states that that child had injuries. The child was moved to a unknown location, and nobody reported that child missing. He is currently held in Fayette County Jail on a $100,000 bond. After that occurred, law enforcement did go out to the family's property where all three, the mom, the dad, and the grandfather, were living, and conducted multiple searches on that property by digging up areas on the property. They brought dogs to the property multiple times. They also searched underground shelters. Now, after we learned that Grandpa had guardianship, someone that knew the family reached out to me and offered to go pick up court documents out of Louisiana. So we did arrange that. The clerk of court, knew exactly who I was trying to obtain documents for, and she was more than willing to help. So we paid for the documents. This woman went and picked them up. She took photos of them, sent them over to me. The originals are also being mailed to me. But with those photos, we learned that this grandfather should not have had these children. He had violent criminal charges, domestic violence, aggravated assault, multiple times, battery, hit and runs, narcotics charges, DWIs, and the list goes on. And listen, the list was so long that the clerk asked me, do you want just the violent charges or do you want all of his charges? Because it'll take multiple days to get all of his charges, just for one jurisdiction in Louisiana. So after learning all of his criminal charges, we were focused on Department of Human Resources out of Alabama, because their requirements are to run background checks, do drug screenings, do everything before they place these children into the custody or guardianship of anyone. So I made a call today to DHR. If you guys want to listen to that call, it is my very first pin video. You can listen to it. She admits to that what they're supposed to do. Now, at first, that woman did not know that I was calling in connection with this case. I made her believe that I was looking to see if what I had to do to obtain guardianship of grandchildren. And then as soon as I mentioned Fayette County, Alabama, you will notice the change in her tone. You will notice the change in the way she addresses things. Thank you, B. So, yeah. Now, starting Monday, I am going to be making phone calls to the Attorney General, the governor, and any politician in that state that I can to get them to listen, and it will be recorded. Because thankfully, Oklahoma and Alabama are both one-party consent states. So I can legally record the phone call as long as one person, i.e. me, knows about the recording. Damn you, Bailey, you got me saying i.e.
What did I do?
What does i.e. mean?
It's another term, I think, for example.
Oh, another Bailey, not me. I don't say IE. Do I say IE?
I believe you do.
Oh.
I think it's Latin. It means like that is or something like that.
Well, I just got told, didn't I? I didn't even realize I said that. And thank you guys for all the people that followed me. I'll follow you back.
Let's see where she's at. Where's Bailey at? Somebody look and see where Bailey's at while we're here.
Sarah just posted she needs 58 more. 55 more. Just getting there.
All right, so we got 55 more people. We got 308 people in this chat. Follow K9 Bailey Blue. We're trying to hit 10,000 followers today. That'll give you more things that you can do on your platform once you hit 10,000 followers, Bailey. A whole lot.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely reach out to you so I can utilize it to benefit the SAR side, because that's where my focus is for sure.
And it definitely will.
So Dan, if I get to like 10,000, does that mean I'll get a full undergarment set?
Um,
How does that work?
Listen, if you post a video wearing something like that, I will be sure to share it to the right side of TikTok for you so you can hit 10,000 followers.
Wait a minute, is there a wrong side of TikTok? Am I on the wrong side right now? Like, what's
There's a wrong side of everything.
good point? Good point.
Oh, Bailey. Hi, Bailey.
Oh, where's that pupper?
Stay. I'm
Bailey.
turning the camera on. Oh, you don't want to see my ugly mug.
What is the Crab Shack?
Ugly mug. Hi, Bailey.
Oh,
Come here. There's Charlie. Come on. We'll go downstairs.
Oh, we're running.
Yeah, they've about killed me on these steps. I don't know how many times.
Look at them waiting.
Oh, they're
They're
waiting.
like, come on, mama.
Come
Come on.
So I'll down. Down. Sit.
Oh,
Up. Down. And gone.
Oh.
Hold on. Bailey Blue, everybody wants to see you. Come here. I think he went to go get his ball. Where's your ball? Where's your ball?
Bailey, somebody's asking the type of your dog. It's a border collie.
the Border Collie, right?
Border Collie. Yep. And he is Border Collie in Malinois. Charlie Brown.
Oh,
You guys don't have no competition. I love you, but you don't, babies. She's trained. She's trained her little dog.
Bailey he's hunting for his ball right now.
They search for missing person. What you got to say?
Go get your ball. Find it. Find it. Oh, found it.
Oh.
Back. 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 Closer. Closer. Okay. Back. Back. His eyes get super dilated with his ball. It's hilarious.
see it. He's locked in.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the only ball he hasn't split in half. This was his very first ball. Every other ball he has he's done split it in half and still plays with it though. He'll play with a half ball just like he will a full one. Yeah, the BC stare is a real thing.
our one dog, she'll carry her toys around like they're little babies, and then the other one, as soon as he gets it, he just tears it apart. Oh.
Bailey's well trained.
Yep. That one's not. Well, he is in his own way, but definitely not like this one. Definitely a difference between a working canine and a pet dog living his best life.
Like who, me?
Yeah. He's my rescue.
No. Look at that face. You're a good boy, too.
He's got a command of for attack mode. I don't know if I can say it on here, but if I say 2 words, he'll go from chill to thrashing. So it's the F word and up.
F word, like the cuss F word?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, that's his command to go haywire.
Oh, I love that. That's exciting.
Dan, can I?
Hey, I hear people
Shut up.
saying it all the time.
Charlie, fuck it up.
Oh my God, you can see it. Oh my God, listen to him. That's amazing. You can hear it. You can hear it in him.
Fuck it up. He's not. He's usually like thrashing.
Oh, but you can hear that difference in that growl. That's not a play growl.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Charlie, you're awesome. Oh,
He's still.
Bailey's like, I'm just waiting
"Hey,
on
guys."
mine. Okay, I'm waiting on mine. I'm so in love with animals.
Closer. Okay.
Wow. Hey, can I ask you, do you ever train your dogs to like attack something? Is that what the F it up is?
Yeah, that's him. That's his job.
Okay.
His
all right.
job is to find people. His job is to keep people away.
Is to F it up. Love it. Wow.
So what's Bailey at now, guys? Have we hit 10K yet for Bailey?
99.62.
You guys are awesome.
30,
Back it up.
38. 38 is all we're missing. 38.
We're 38 people away from following Bailey, the big screen. So you don't give her a follow.
We need 38 follows.
Back.
And these are the dogs that go out and search for our missing loved ones.
Spoiled rotten.
They should be.
If somebody wants to post this in the group, post her profile in the group, we can get her there quick.
Oh, yeah. How do you do that? You got people. Your mods can do it.
You won't be able to do it.
Yeah.
So he works off hand signals as well.
That growl sounds scary.
Closer. Closer.
Is that the other one reacting because he wants to be closer?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Wow. He says, I got my F it up thing.
He's special.
And I never knew until you that there were other types of dogs other than like the German Shepherds and stuff. I was just naive to it. I just never knew.
I mean,
Nikki,
because that's
Nikki, post it on the main page. Not everybody's in that chat. We've got over 500 plus people in there.
Oh, wow. Those horses are still like neighing like crazy, guys. So they're like telling you guys to do what you got to do. Anyone was in chat earlier, you know what I'm talking about. He wants to be told. He wants to be told to F it up again. Can I just say that I'm absolutely in love with the fact that that's one of your command terms? Like, I'm so in love with you right now that that's one of your command terms.
it's just one of those things that nobody lay it down. That nobody else would know.
Yeah.
And so, like, with him, he's so like, nobody would think that he would go after you whatsoever, just by pure looks alone and how he acts in general. So it's the nice, I like the surprise.
Yeah, and you could just tell him right now and he'd go nuts, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Here, off, sit, sit.
Don't a lot of people do their commands in German too?
Yeah, and I don't. I
Is
mean,
that
I
for
will for my
safety
agency
purposes?
dogs. Yeah, but I will because it's an agency and department standard. But I won't because a lot of people know the German commands now.
Ah, okay.
So, Charlie, you ready? Fuck it up.
Oh, wow. He is effing it up, man. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God.
Just could you guys imagine if that was a leg or an arm?
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm thinking.
Geneva. Here, let's break. Where's
Oh, my
Geneva?
God. Wow. Oh, wow. You go, boy.
Off.
Geneva, make a comment. I know you're in here.
Fuck it up.
She's in here somewhere. There she is.
20 more followers, guys.
There's
20 more. I'll get her to 10K. Let's do it. Come on now.
Hey, beautiful. Merry Christmas. I love you.
Hi, Geneva.
Hi.
Now, for those who don't know, that's Geneva Michelle. That's part of our TikTok family there.
Well, hello, TikTok family.
Hello.
Everybody share the live.
Hey, everyone.
Now, Geneva doesn't have very many followers, so
That's right, Lacey. 20 more.
Ha, 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 ha.
So very funny. No one's laughing.
Geneva, I don't know you, but nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
yes, I have a little helper. Well, pain in the butt. I mean, a helper. Yeah, I forgot Geneva's in here.
Dan, you got tons of helpers.
She's perfect.
What does Geneva specialize in? So Monday night she does mental health awareness on TikTok.
Oh, wow. That's
And
awesome.
So does global superstar battles and everything like that on TikTok.
Wow. Following Geneva. Wow.
I'm just me. I'm just an old lady who slides in the kitchen and dances.
Well, I'm an old lady at this point too, honestly.
Where
I'm
did the
just
puppy
you.
dog go?
Stop lying. You're not.
Oh, I'm in bed again now.
You're what? I couldn't hear you.
I said I'm lying in bed again now. She asked where the puppy dog went.
Oh.
She's got great dance moves. You got great dance moves, Geneva?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. I feel like that's a yes.
No.
19 to go on Bailey, guys. 19.
Appreciate you guys.
I think I have great dance moves, but I really don't. But the more I
Jim,
do,
I'm sure anything that you have is Nikki approved.
it is not when it comes to dancing, singing, anything artistic. 100% not.
Good night, Tammy.
I think I do, but she's like, yeah, no, just please stop.
Okay.
What defines a good dancer? To me, a good dancer is anyone who gets up and feels the music and moves.
Thank
There,
you for that.
there is no right way to dance and no wrong way to dance.
Oh, thank you for that. That is
Who's
so great.
who's asking about the safety plan? Ask your
I was
question.
going to say, there's actually a lot of people that have come back in just a couple minutes ago asking about DV and safety plans.
Where was that?
There were quite a few comments that just came in asking Jim to talk more about DV and safety plans.
Can we go back to DV for a minute and discuss safety planning to exit?
18 more guys on Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk a little bit more about some safety planning for DV. So safety planning is for when a victim is ready to start the process of leaving. And for everybody, that's different. That's a different time. It's when you're ready to do so. There are organizations out there, depending on where you live, that can help you with that. So not knowing where anybody is, in my link tree, I have 2 links to click on. One is the National Domestic Violence Hotline. Their phone number is 1-800-799-SAFE, or domesticshelters.org. That's another one on my link tree that you can click on. And they are very busy and understaffed, like many organizations are, but pick it out, and they can hopefully connect you with some local resources to whatever state you are in. And then from there, they can link you to an advocate, and that advocate with you will begin the process of doing some planning to safely get you out of the situation you're in, because most DV victims cannot just pick up and leave and go. So they will start making those safe plans with you and coming up with a strategy to get you out of that situation and get you to a safe place. Not every victim needs a shelter. So if you have a safe place where you can go to get away and not have contact with the person who is doing the abuse, they can work with you on that end. Or if you need to get to a shelter, they can hopefully get you to a shelter. But that is basically what safety planning looks like. And that is just planning on how to get you out.
And I don't know if it's allowed that I say, Jim, that like if for some reason it feels, okay, first of all, it feels so nice and feels so protective to have a man want to help and protect you. But if you feel like you need a woman to reach out to first, you are welcome to reach out to me, and I will reach out to resources and help you all as well. I am a DV survivor many times through. And so that's very important for me to just pop in here and say. So if that just feels safer to have a woman that you reach out to first, I'm here.
Yes, 100%. And it is not the ordinary for a man to be up here speaking and advocating for the rights
But
of survivors.
it feels so good to, it does. It feels so good to have men, to see men sit there and want to, and offer to protect you. It really does after things like that.
Well, I've lost one daughter to it already, and I'll be damned if I lose another or see somebody else lose their life to it. So I'm going to keep talking about it. I'm going to keep speaking about it. But yeah, I'm shocked when I do see women reach out to me, and I always go to my wife and say, hey, listen, what do we got to do here, and we work together on it. Um, but yeah, there are a lot of resources, and the more and more we do lives like this, and I see more and more survivors speak up and start to tell their story, that is incredible. It takes a lot of strength to do that. When you're ready to tell your story, you do give a lot of hope to other people going through it. So, were you related to Gabby? Yeah, I'm Gabby's bonus dad. I'm Gabby's stepfather. I've known Gabby since she was 2 years old. So,
I agree, Wendy. It makes us feel so safe when we see men stand up about it. It really does, especially when they're normally the aggressors to us. It really does.
it's about time. It's about time that we do and say enough is enough, and you know what being a real man looks like. And for me, it's definitely changed from the way I was raised and what I was taught, what values a man should have versus what I know now. They look a hell of a lot different. I'm definitely a different person today than I was 10 years ago. So, and I
Now,
just want to say I got a message just now from Kenny that she has been found safe.
Oh,
awesome.
wow. Oh, wow.
Awesome.
Awesome news.
Wow.
Now, Geneva, it's up to you if you want to share your story, but you are more than welcome to.
Which story?
About what you've been through.
Oh Lord, I've been through a lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm a DV survivor too from my first husband. I have a child in heaven. One day I'm going to get brave enough to really start telling my story, and I really want to reach out and become a DV spokesperson, because a lot of people stay in DV, and not just women, but there's men that are in DV relationships too, and men are actually the victim. It's not just women, and a lot of men are scared to speak out because they're scared people will look at them.
As less than, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
because
I get you.
yeah.
Yep.
But I grew up. My dad left my mom when I was 3, and my mom tried to always turn me against my dad, and I never understood till I got older and realized that the way my mom was not normal. But I used to get woke up in the middle of the night to fight, and I would run in there, and I would jump on my stepdad and start hitting him and screaming, "Get off my mom!" So, and I wasn't brought up. I wasn't brought up in church. I didn't know about God, and
Wow.
and so I thought it was normal, And so, like, on one occasion, I was pregnant with my child that's in heaven, and I was ignoring him because I was tired of arguing. And so he come in the kitchen and he snatched me up and he threw me from the kitchen to the dining room. Then he picked me up from the dining room floor, and threw me through the door that goes into the living room. And he sat on me, and I can see it just like yesterday when he hit me in the face, and he said I didn't ignore him. When he spoke to me, I was to speak back, and he knew I was pregnant with his child. And so the next morning I woke up and I was spotting blood, and there was this old lady that I always went to eat with on Sundays. When I went down there, she asked me, she said, "What's wrong with you?" I guess she could tell. And I was like, "I don't know, I'm spotting." And she was like, "What?" Get to the hospital. So needless to say, I lost my child. But then, like, on another occasion, he was suffocating me, and my son comes running in the room. He's not but maybe a year and a half, and he's screaming, "Get off my mom." Now, remind you, this is mine and his child. And
Oh my
he,
God.
he takes the pillow off my face and he says, "Bitch, your child is the only thing that saved you. Not our child, but your child."
Oh my God.
And, and so I would have stayed because I thought that was normal, because that's what I grew up in. Nobody never taught me that this is not normal. You're not to be beat on, and and like I never ignored him again. Like I learned my lesson. Had I not ignored him, I wouldn't have toted that ass whooping.
Yep.
And he cheated on me all the time. And this was back before cell phones. And I'd go over town, and women would stop me and say, "Oh, your husband was with so and so and so and so last week." And and then of course I would go home. Oh, that's not true. They're just mad because So he had me convinced, and
Manipulated you.
yeah, and so
Yeah.
he had affairs with multiple women, multiple women. He even has 2 kids, ages of children we have, same ages. And
Wow.
and so finally he messed around with this one woman. He found out she had money. And so he went on and he left me. And I didn't even understand. That's when I found Jesus, because my cousin called me and she was like, "Why don't you come go to church with me?" So I went to church, and while I was sitting in there, I could feel the Holy Spirit. And eventually I went in front of the church, and I gave my life to Christ. And still silly me, I start reading the Bible, and I learned the Bible. And, the Bible says that we're supposed to pray for our husbands. And, we pray for our husbands. And a wife's prayers is like one of the strongest prayers out there, like a mother's prayer. And so I used to sit home like a silly girl and read the Bible and pray every night for my husband to come home. And I didn't understand it. And it took me going through all of that, but then I realized that it's not normal. Walking around with black eyes, it's not normal. But KF, the whole point of that is I didn't get out. Had he not met a woman with money and left me for her, I would have stayed right there and probably lived the rest of my life like that.
Now, Geneva, did you ever go through that when you were a child with your parents at all?
With what?
Like, did you have any, did you witness DV with your parents at all?
Oh, that's what I said earlier. You must not have heard me. My dad left my mom when I was 3.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah. And that's all she did. To this day, I don't have a relationship with my mom. I finally had to cut my relationship. Now, if my mom calls me, I'll answer the phone to see what she wants. But I had to learn that it's okay to love my mom from a distance. Because, like, even at 80 years old, my mom still loves violence and still loves to fight. And and that's one thing people need to learn is it's okay to love somebody from a distance.
Wow. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I heard horror stories like, with my dad leaving my mom. Like, my oldest brother's adopted. And when she used to get mad at my dad, like, he can still tell you and remember stories where she would lock him and my dad out in the cold, and they would go and like get up wood and build fires. But if you was to meet my mom over town, nobody would believe my stories, because it's like she's 2 different people. Like, to the public, she's this sweet, just so, oh my gosh, just a sweet person.
That's interesting, Geneva. I kind of had the same upbringing. Yeah. Where my mom went through the same thing, but you would never know it from town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Sorry, I'm new to you and to your situation.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of been weighing on my heart, and there's a lot of things coming up as a kid, and in another way, it also made me a better mother, because what I did want was to break that cycle with my children.
Yes.
Because not only am I a DV survivor, but I'm an SA survivor, and I was left for dead. And by the time I was found, I was already in a puddle of blood. And these are things that I don't talk about. There's a lot of stories that I don't tell. But here lately, it's been really weighing on my heart. Like, I really need to start speaking up for people, whether it's man or woman, because men are DV victims too. It's just not women. And They need to know that this is not normal. Look how long I stayed in it because I thought this was normal.
Right. Right.
A lot of people think it's like the movies where it's got to be so tragic and so extensive and just so constant. And for me, honestly, it wasn't constant. It was every few months, you know? Things would happen and it would be so random and so harsh and so crazy. And then things would go back for normal. And it would seem okay. And for me, what that created was to think that life like that was normal. That type of DV was just normal. That's just normal. People lost control. People lost anger issues. And it was okay because you went back to normal most of the time.
Yeah.
Hi, Nikki.
Well, I think your self-esteem gets beat down so low, you know, and with me, like I thought that was normal. You know, it's always, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Or had you not done this, then I wouldn't have had to do that. So you think, well, I won't do that again. It won't happen again. And then it does happen again. And,
Yes, God, yes.
So,
and
Geneva, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Gabby Petito story. The young girl that went missing and was unalived by her significant other.
no.
Okay, these are the parents. Jim is the stepfather, and Nikki, right below you, is the mother. They created the Gabby Petito Foundation to help fight this domestic violence situation.
Hi.
Hi, it's nice to meet y'all.
Sorry to meet you under these circumstances. And yeah, we are not just fighting against domestic violence, we're trying to prevent it. So that's our main goal, is to get to the kids, get to the youth, and prevent this from happening, stop this generational trauma, and be proactive instead of reactive. So.
Yeah, because it's pretty sad, too, I believe, when in a lot of cases when children are brought up in a home such as that, like males, it's a trickle down effect. When they become adults, they beat on their wives as well.
Yeah.
In some cases, not all cases.
Not all. You're right.
The problem now more than ever is coercive control. There's not a lot of laws if there's no physical violence, but there's emotional violence and control. It's very hard to prove. So victims tend to think they're crazy, and other people tend to think they're crazy, especially a lot of the times the people that are supposed to help them. So
well, that's the number one aspect, is that you start feeling crazy.
Right.
You start feeling crazy and you feel like there's no way for you to ask for help because you're going to look crazy.
Yes.
Exactly. And one of our goals is to encourage survivors to.
But let me explain that. Like that comes from because they've learned a way. How do I explain this? They've learned a way to ignite you into a way that you've become crazy within yourself, and you feel crazy. And so you're reacting in a crazy way.
Yes.
And so when it comes to a situation that escalates to cops, like you feel absolutely crazy, and you don't feel like anybody's going to help you because you're now crazy. You've overreacted.
And if the police do respond and they arrive on scene, you look like the one who's out of control, and they are cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah.
Gaslighting 101.
Yeah.
I've been in those situations before.
Yeah.
they're very good manipulators.
Yeah.
The manipulation is a good tactic because you don't know you're being manipulated, and you really never know until someone on the outside maybe triggers you to see it, or until you're in danger, till you're at the point where you're in danger and you need to get out, and then it clicks. But a lot of the times it's just done so well that you're brainwashed. So it's
Yeah.
if law enforcement could understand the dynamic better, they could respond better, and that's another one of our goals is to
I truly feel that law enforcement should need to be educated more on psychological like needs and emotions and things like that. Like I just truly feel like that's the next step. And I don't feel like that's realistic. I don't feel like that's going to happen, but I truly feel like that's the next step is that law enforcement needs to be more educated on the
trauma
psychological
informed
side of that. Yes.
Yeah. hmm On mental health issues as well, because everything kind of stems back to mental health, and a lot more training would be important for survivors to get out of these situations. A lot of work to do. It feels like an endless battle, but we'll never stop.
Hey, Nikki, Sarah Dawn is asking if you could discuss a little bit about what advocates do.
What advocates do for DV? Oh, they do so many different things. I mean, there's different levels of advocacy, I guess. A lot of advocates will be trained to kind of stand by a victim's side and get them help get them to a safe place. Safety planning is always number one. Sometimes somebody doesn't need that. Sometimes somebody might need help with legal stuff, and a lot of advocates will help in that arena. So it all depends on what you need, and every survivor is different. Everybody has a different need, and advocates also do different things. Every agency doesn't have every kind of advocate, so that's why it's so important to call the hotline. You can go to thehotline.org. And you can go to GabbyPetitoFoundation.org. We do have a list of hotlines on there as well. There's also state hotlines. Almost every state has a coalition. There are resources there. You just have to kind of find them. And wherever you live, you're going to be pointed in the direction of what's available to you. And it's hard because there are not resources available everywhere. So that's the tricky part, and that's something that needs to be addressed across the country. But and again,
Sarah was saying too is a lot of times the advocates will go to court with you, which is important to have an advocate with you.
Yeah,
as well.
Some can, yes.
So some can go with you. Some agencies that have lethality assessment protocols. When you call 911 and they arrive on scene and they do that lethality assessment, if you hit certain markers on that lethality assessment, they will link you to, if you want, at that moment, a domestic violence advocate at that moment to begin that whole safety planning process as well. But really, they're going to listen to you. They're going to help validate what you're going through. And that, based on your responses, they're going to try to guide you best way they feel fit to lead you to the resources that you need.
Well, Wendy had mentioned, she said, I was arrested for fighting back after he had marks. And I can attest to that. I mean, I had a couple situations where I was like absolutely pushed to the brink and trapped and hurt on my own resources, and you fight back, and then that person then says, oh, I'm going to call the cops on you. You know what I mean? And then you feel like you are lost, like you are going to be the one that's reported because they've got all the reasons to report you. And that happens a lot, guys. That happens a lot. In fact, they kind of resource on that, basically.
Yeah. I saw somebody ask a few times about DARVO, DARVO, which is an acronym for Deny, Attack, Reverse Victim, and Offender. So it's a pattern of behaviors, basically, that somebody uses to avoid accountability for what they're doing. So they basically deny that they did anything wrong, whatever it is they're being blamed for. Then they begin a personal attack on that person who blamed them, trying to make them look like the bad person. And then from there, they reverse victim to make themselves look like the victim. And that the real victim is the one causing the trouble. So they basically make the person who's actually the victim look like the abuser. And so that's basically the mind game tactics that they use to manipulate people into believing them and to get law enforcement on their side. And actually, my Nikki here, she has a good video out of Florida. It's a few months back she posted, I think it was like Daytona Beach, Nick. You can correct me on that one, somewhere around that area.
Yes, it was a young girl that did the right thing. She called the police. She was scared for her life. Her boyfriend was a very large, muscular, scary individual. She felt like horrible because she felt like it was all her fault that she had gotten into this situation, but she did the right thing and called, and she ended up leaving in a police car with handcuffs on, and there was no reason why, because she repeatedly said he had her in a chokehold, and he even had the markings on his arm. When somebody holds you in a chokehold, they might scratch you with their hands, and then they're going to possibly bite you to get you off of them. He had those markings, but the police gave him a pamphlet for domestic violence and took her in the police car. It infuriated me. I made a video on it instantly, and I don't usually do stuff like that because, but I saw my daughter in that video, and I was like, that's very similar to how my daughter probably felt. And the only difference was that they didn't arrest her, which if they followed their own policy, they should have. So,
and in that respect, the person that I was with wouldn't have had evidence to claim that, but in my mind I was like, they're going to say that and everybody's going to believe that, and they're going to think that I'm the crazy person, you know what I mean? And so it led to that, to not being able to feel like I had anybody.
Now, Jim or Nikki, whoever wants to do it, can you guys speak about the bills that you are working on?
yeah, go ahead. Jim can.
You want me to? So, there's a few things. We've worked on some missing persons bills, kind of back some stuff that was already out there. But like the biggest ones that we've kind of gotten behind are bills here in Florida we passed, and in Utah we're working on a few other areas. And it's a lethality assessment protocol. And so it's passed in Utah. Nikki, what was that, about a year and a half ago?
Yeah, so in Utah, which was where Gabby's body cam footage was, they actually had the lethality assessment
In that city.
in the state, just not mandated, but they were supposed to be using it, and they did not use that day. But that the lieutenant governor's niece was actually murdered not long after I believe Gabby was murdered. So she kind of called it. I think Joe had spoke to her, and we were like, yeah, we are totally behind this bill to mandate the lethality assessment. So we went out there. Joe and I went out and sat while they voted on it, and it was really cool because they all voted yes. There wasn't one no, and it was amazing to see that in action. Then, Joe has been calling in for the last year or so and talking to the sheriffs here in Florida. We finally got the bill passed here little different. I think they're not going to use the same assessment, but
No, I think right now they're going to go with the So there's a few
yeah.
different lethality assessments out there, but the Maryland Network to End Domestic Violence was the one. Oh my God, my brain is fried. But
Well,
Dr. Jackie Campbell was the one who came up with it. So it's all evidence-based, research-backed information. And so this lethality assessment, basically what that is it's not just a tool for law enforcement, it's a set of questions that they can ask at the time when they respond to the scene of a domestic violence call while interacting with a victim of domestic violence. It provides them with trauma-informed training prior to that. So they have to go through this trauma-informed training to understand the dynamics of why the victim is acting the way they are, why the abuser may be acting a certain way, and then how to ask these questions in a trauma-informed way because a lot of times first responders, we have to ask certain questions and they can come across very judgmental how we ask them. Like as a paramedic and EMT, I have to ask, on certain calls, have you been drinking? Have you done any illicit drugs? And people are going to be hesitant to answer that. But if I say, hey, listen, I'm going to ask you some questions, no judging. I only have to ask them because it may affect the way I give treatment to you, but have you been drinking tonight? Have you done any illicit drugs or whatever? Then it kind of changes how they might respond to those. Basically does the same thing with a domestic violence victim. And what that does is it asks them certain questions, and depending on how they answer them will determine if they are at a higher level of lethality by answering yes to these questions. And if they meet those criteria, then they automatically trigger a response to a domestic violence organization and to an advocate, and we can link them to an advocate at that moment where that is very crucial for them. So we passed that in Utah. Florida is finalizing how they're going to do it, and we're hoping to get it in more places.
Yeah, so I mean, right now we're hoping to the goal is to get things done in a few states, and once a few states have success, we can take it federally and say, okay, so this is successful. Let's mandate it for everybody, and it's going to be difficult because I don't.
It shouldn't be difficult. That's the problem.
It shouldn't be, but
the places that have used it have already seen a drastic reduction in their DV-related unalivings.
yeah. Oh, thank you for the hand hurt. Oh my God, that was nice. Yeah, it's a lot of work, and I always feel like I'm getting a lot of. I think we all four of us feel like we're always getting roadblocked, but we'll never stop. We'll just keep going and going because this needs to end. We really just need to change things, and if Gabby left this earth with a legacy for us to do that, so we'll never stop.
I mean, Nikki and I were just talking about this earlier. She basically volunteers for our foundation full time. I still work a full-time job, and just in the advocacy work we're looking to do next year, I'm probably looking at 10 to 12 weeks of unpaid leave to go do it. And because that's how important it is to us, like we'll figure out a way to continue to pay our bills and do what we got to do, but it's that important for us to make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else. And both of us are relatively new to TikTok. We really are. But the more and more we do lives and, we interact with, different people that have a huge following, and we see a lot of people telling their stories in there, and your stories are powerful. And it takes a lot of strength to tell them. And we appreciate you sharing those stories, and you may just give somebody the strength to get out of that situation, and that's all we hope for. Geneva, I mean, no idea tonight. I've seen a bunch of your lives and stuff like that. I had no idea a lot of the stuff that you've gone through, and I really thank you for sharing that tonight.
I don't know you at all, so I'm very happy to have met you.
Well, you're welcome. So Jim, like when I started doing TikTok, I didn't know anything about it either. It used to be Musically, and my
Right.
stepdaughter had like, I was like, how do you make all these cool videos with all these edits? And she's like, Musically. And so I downloaded Musically thinking it was just an app where you could use effects. I had no idea people could view your stuff and comment on it or any of that. I always would go make a video and download it to my phone so I could post it on Bookface, and didn't know nothing of it, and didn't hardly ever get on here ever again. And COVID hit, and I had found going to the gym as my therapy, and I had gotten so depressed and down. I gained up to like 193 pounds, and I've always been skin and bones my whole life. And I set goals for myself. And I put my goals out there publicly because I live in a little small town where people like to judge and gossip and know everybody's business. And, so I put a goal out there that I was going to go on stage, and because I knew that would make me stay disciplined, because I don't like people to say, oh, I knew she couldn't do it. So I ended up going on stage, and that just like become my therapy. I had to be in the gym and had to work out. And so I went and got certified to become a personal trainer. And so my son tells me one day, he's like, Mom, your videos do really good on TikTok. I'm like, what do you mean my videos do really good on TikTok? It's like, well, people watch them. I'm like, what are you talking about? So I go and check this out, and I'm like, holy cow, like my videos are getting views and stuff. And so I wanted to try to help people feel better about themselves, learn to get healthy, learn to eat. That was my whole motive. Well, so this was probably October of 2020 on Halloween night. My son was like, you really should do this. And so I was like, okay. So November, this is when you wear your mask. I go into the mall and I make this dance video in front of Santa Claus. It blew up 600,000 views. I was like, holy shit. And all of a sudden I start gaining all these followers. Well, then I was I injured my knee, and I had to have major knee surgery, and it ended up being, and y'all, and I know I sound like I'm lagging out, but just listen to this story. I'll make it really quick. So I had to go get surgery, and I had my working out in the gym snatched away from me, and it ended up being major knee surgery. Well, it won't even a month later when my knee finally started healing some, and I was able to move around. I'm getting excited. I'm gonna get back in the gym. So I go out on the water on a boat, and I'm going across the lake to go pick up one of my grandchildren. So one of my friends up on the lake said, I'll take you over there. Don't drive. Just let me take you on the boat. Well, the steering cable broke, and we were going pretty fast. So the boat snatches around, and one of my grandkids was on the boat with me. It threw me into the side of the boat. I took the blunt fall of the driver. We were both ejected. I was underwater, didn't know if I was swimming up, didn't know if I was swimming down. It was nothing but bubbles. All I could think about is this boat's done flipped on my granddaughter. When I finally come up, all I see is a life jacket floating. And it was very, very bad. I developed very bad PTSD from this. I couldn't take a shower for weeks because when the water would go over my head, I would see me being under the water with bubbles. I mean, just bubbles. So imagine coming up from that water and all you see is a life jacket, and you don't see a granddaughter. Well, she was laying down in the boat. By the grace of God, she didn't come out. So that was the major knee surgery. Then that was not even a month later. I'm finally starting to wobble around from the boat accident, which is I was lucky to swim away from. My dad just got sick, went down in a month. So I'm trying to take care of my dad, watched my dad take his last breath. And so this is why it's missing. Which story you want me to tell? So everybody knows I already battled mad depression and anxiety just from a whole lot. It seems like all the way back from my childhood. And so within a month, I'm a daddy's girl. So you got to remember, like, we're only in the 4 months of this major knee surgery, boat accident. So now I'm sitting trying to take care of my dad. And it was very graphic with him. And so I watched him take his last breath. And he was fine. He went down after getting the vaccine, but I ain't getting in that. But anyways, so the day I buried my dad, my oldest son was not at my dad's funeral. And I just figured he couldn't handle my dad's death very good. And so my kids didn't want me to come home by myself because I lived by myself. So my second oldest son says, Mom, come to our house. And we went out to Logan, so we went to his house. And I'm sitting on the couch playing with my 4-month-old granddaughter. And I see my son and my brother come and just stand in front of me, and they couldn't talk. And so finally, as a mother, I knew something wasn't right. And I was like, son, what's wrong? And he says, well, Mom, I don't know if this is the right time to tell you or the wrong time to tell you. Or something like that. I'm really tired. Y'all can hear my voice. And so I was like, son, just spit it out. Just, whatever it is. He says, Mom, Josh is dead. Okay, well, this is my oldest son. Now, I just buried my dad. And I was like, what'd you just say? And he says, Josh is dead. And he was like, and it's been confirmed. So, y'all, I had just gone through this in 4 months, and every bit of life just got snapped out of me and just not even existent. I felt like I didn't even exist anymore. Well, I was having to go to physical therapy. I turned to alcohol a little bit, and everybody who follows me knows that alcohol took all of this god-awful pain away. And so sitting in Logan's one day, had a good buzz, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to pour my margarita in this to-go box. We posted it on Facebook, 8.5 million views, just blew up insane. So I thought it was funny, went to Mexican after the next physical therapy on my leg, and we did one with strawberry daiquiri, 34.7 or 35.7 million views or something like that. Just insane crazy. I blew up with all these followers. Well, and I done started going live, and people were just coming in there showing me so much love, and then I started drinking, and then everybody just started being super good to me, and TikTok became my safe place. It became a place for me to go and have people to talk to and not feel alone. But my point to this is during that time, I didn't realize I was actually helping people. People were seeing that, behind y'all, a lot of people see these people, us, I say these people, they look at us, come up here as creators on here big time, like we have a perfect life. And then when they see that we don't have a perfect life and we're normal, then they come back. And so one day I was like, these people are so good to me. Everybody blesses me in so many ways. Like, what can I do to give back? Well, I deal with so much mental health and anxiety. I decided that I would start hosting mental health, or attempting to, because I'm not a doctor, and I have to remind people that my mental health awareness nights is based strictly off of my experiences, what I do, trying to learn your triggers and things that you can do to help your triggers and help you through your anxiety. Well, I started missing a few nights here and there. Then people would reach out to me, and that's what pushed and encouraged me to stick with it and be able to tell my story, because it's not easy sometimes to tell your story. But it became important to me when I would have people to reach out to me and say, Geneva, are you still doing mental health? I rolled across your mental health, and I know I'm silent. I don't speak. You don't even know I'm there, but you have no idea how much your story helps me. I've had people to reach out to me and say, I was going to unalive myself tonight. Never seen you on TikTok before. And I roll across you, and here you are hosting mental health. You saved me. And I'm like, holy shit, I saved these people. You don't realize it. And so that is what has encouraged me and pushed me to continue to go through. And it is so many nights that it is very hard for me to even sit up there and host mental health because I'm battling my own mental health. And sometimes when you open boxes and you let people get into your box and they start telling their story. I had to leave one of Misson's lives one day and I messaged him and I said, I love you, but I had to go. And I was molested as a child. And in one of his cases to where he was up here, trying to help find a missing child, and the family had actually come in and was telling some stories or something. I really can't remember the complete details, but I messaged him. I said, look, I love you, but I had to roll up out of here because it's triggering too many memories that's pushing me slam into panic attacks. And I don't know how Missing sits up here and he does it, but what you're talking about and your wife is talking about, it's a good thing. And it is hard for some people to tell their story. But if you can tell your story, it really does help other people more than you realize. I had no idea how my story was helping people.
And that's really true. And thank you for sharing all that. We've noticed through our tragedy, so many people have contacted us already from day one with just seeing Gabby, helping them, just her and her light. And when we get out there and we speak and we do what we do, we feel like sometimes super defeated and we just want to throw in the towel. But when we get those people that are like, you saved me, or I left because of you, and it's so inspiring, it makes us want to keep going, because that was the goal from day one, is to save people. And if we can help people, then that's what we're doing it for.
Well, I want to give you one more piece of advice and then I'm going to mute my mic back. But you're talking about coming up here on TikTok, social media, whatever, and what you're doing is a good thing. But as you grow and you really start helping more and more people, you're going to get a lot of hate because people don't like to see the good things, and a lot of people try to tear things down. And so I'm just trying to give you a heads up. When people start seeing the good that you're doing and the people that you're helping, you're going to have just as many trolls coming at you, trying to discourage you and beat you down up here. And there's been days that some of those trolls have gotten to me and I've had to log off of here, and it caused me to have a whole ass mental day. And so, hats off to you. God bless you. And just be aware that the bad is going to come with all the good that you're trying to do as well. And you just got to keep pushing through and don't let them win.
Yeah, we've had some trolls, but it's expected. So I'm always looking out for the good. I know there's so many good people out there. With all the bad people, there's way more good. So we just ignore it and we move forward, and we just have to do what we have to do. So
Actually, I just wanted to speak that, Geneva may just mute and be gone after this, but I wanted to actually thank you for sharing what you've shared, because it's helped me to want to actually share a lot of what I've been through. I've covered true crime because of a lot of trauma that I've been through, but I've kept it personal. It's been a very personal experience, and I've been afraid to share anything because I've seen what happens when you share, especially when the videos go viral. I mean, you get more hate, you get just crazies, you just get absolute crazies to it. And I've personally just decided never to just share anything. But through this case that we've had with Kahleb, I've met Jim and his wife Nikki, and it's given me the experience and the remembrance that I haven't actually even wanted to remember, of just a lot of DV that I've been through and how important it is to share all of that. And Geneva, so I just want to say, I really appreciate what you said, because it's given me courage to just remember that even though it's scary and people are gonna
hate you and come up with excuses of why you were responsible for whatever you went through, that it's still important to share what you went through. And I just think it's amazing what you shared, and it's given me a lot of courage, even after everything that we've spoken to just continue on with that as well. Because I do have that, I have plans of just sharing more of what DV can look like in different situations, and that it doesn't always look like the movies, and it can still be just as damaging.
You all exposed two things for me. One, I'm a passionate advocate for domestic violence and missing persons. And the one thing I learned earlier in the year when I was teaching a class was a word called vulnerability, which is not a common word in any man's vocabulary, because men aren't supposed to be vulnerable in any way. Hi, Detective Canine Bailey, Geneva. You all have your stories that I'm so sorry for, and I thank you for sharing them. I mean, I literally am tearing up over here hearing them, but they are powerful. And I understand there's a lot of naysayers out there, people looking to bring you down, but my thought on that is they're probably going through something themselves and have not found a healthy way to release those feelings that they're having, or really take a deep dive into themselves and work on themselves. But I want to thank you guys for sharing all of that. And I think that's the power of social media. What it's really about is reaching people that normally may not have known there are other people out there like them experiencing a lot of the same stuff, whether it's mental health, DV, SA, whatever it is. And the more and more that people feel confident and are able to safely tell those stories, it gives them strength and hope. And I thank you all for that. I really do. I really do, for sharing that and using a platform in Geneva. I would love to come on, because next to missing persons and DV, mental health is something that is very, very important to me. I've gone through a lot of my own self-help, reaching out to resources, and finally in a better place after 43 years of my life, from my career and all my personal stuff I've gone through. And now at a point where I'd like to help others more and talk more openly about mental health, because I think that's something we need to normalize. We need to normalize it's okay to not be okay, that it's not a dirty topic to talk about. So thank you all.
That's what I preach every Monday night, that it's okay to not be okay, but it's not okay to give up. And Missing can vouch for this. So like my dad's birthday is in December, and I was a daddy's girl, and I take losing him very hard. And during this holiday, with me having to go through my dad's birthday and Thanksgiving and Christmas without him, and he always spent it at my house. Y'all, you see, y'all, listen, like, Missing shouldn't even put me up here, but I'm leaving after this. I got to go to bed. So I'm grieving through my dad this holiday without him. I had a grandson born the 22nd that's in NICU, and is having a hard time. And then yesterday I lost my dad's sister. So all of this stuff is piling up. So I made this post on Bookface, about me around the Christmas tree trying to get ready for the kids to come over. And, it was a really hard day with me dealing with all of this and feeling like I couldn't breathe and feeling like the walls were closing in on me. and I can't remember exactly what all the posts said, but there's a specific person that come under my post publicly and come at me saying, I watch you write this post every year and you need to blah, 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 and publicly made it look like I was heavily medicated, which I take one antidepressant a day, but I choose to do that versus trying to deal with it on my own and can't breathe or whatever. And I screenshot it and I sent it to Missing, and I was just so upset. And I'm like, why would you do this to me publicly and making it sound like da 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 da, whatever. And but but from that post I made, and I responded under there, and I'm like, listen, this ain't just about losing my father. This goes back to depression, anxiety, mental health from whatever. It doesn't mean that I'm not living life and I'm not enjoying life, but I still have my moments and, things are hard, but it doesn't mean I'm not giving it all to my kids, the good. But at the end of the day, that post I made, I had one person to reach out to me in DMs. It was a guy and wanted to thank me. And they said until they seen me starting to come forward with my post, that it helped them because they had gone into a dark place and they felt ashamed because it's a guy. It's a guy. But I made him feel better that he went into this dark place, and he says nobody knows and da 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 da. Well, it won't but a few minutes after I seen he sent me that, he's making these posts on his social media of resources for people to use and go to. So by me sitting up here and putting my stuff out there, and it really wasn't bad. Missing could tell you I wasn't up there like trying to get sympathy into the world. It's just like, well, here we are again, getting through this. Feel like the walls are closing in. Da 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 da. It made someone see that it was okay to not be okay, and reached out to me and thanked me. Well, now he's making posts. There's no telling who he helped.
I love that, Geneva. I love that.
It's a trickle down effect. He's been watching me, and little did I know it. Now he's posting stuff.
I've been too scared. I've been too scared to share that side of me. And so just hearing people like you who have shared that all this time and making a difference in people, it means so much. I just love that.
At the end of the day, if I can help one person and I can save one person, I would say a day, but just a day would be awesome. But if I just know that I helped one person and saved one person, I really don't care how I look to people. My story is real. My story is important. It's a part of my life. It's made me who I am. It's made me want to help people. I've been my whole life. I feel like my whole life is just, I'm 54. I'm 54 years old. I can't go back in time and relive all this shit. I wish I had a mom who was protective of me, not the way she was, and showed me better ways. I mean, but she didn't. So now all I can do is help people. That's it.
I'm calling shenanigans on that. You're not 54. Stop that.
I was just thinking that. I seriously was about to click on her profile and be like, are you for real? Like, no way.
That's why people trying to believe that my wife is actually older than me. I don't believe it.
But
my 9th grandchild, the one in NICU, was born on the 22nd. That's number 9.
Oh, wow.
But let me also say, I'm 41 and I have spent my entire life trying to erase the trauma that I've been through, trying to ignore it in a way, try to get over it, try to just deal with it and move on. And it has never occurred to me to deal with it, to call it out. Because honestly, my parents are still together. That's a really weird thing to say, but they were very domestically violent for a good portion of their marriage, and they are still together and they're okay. But it was really traumatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very traumatic, and so I've tried to just move on and never talk about it, and that was my way of dealing with it. And so for me, talking about it, this is new. Like, is that an okay thing to talk about for me to think about? And is that me betraying them? You know, I would never call them out. I don't want to do that. But honestly, it's important. The things that I went through and the things that I witnessed were so traumatizing to my siblings and I, and dictated some things that we went through. So yeah. And
And see, I've been the opposite because I've always been very loud about my story. And it's very interesting to where you have you literally have the two sides. You have the ones that bottle it up and don't want to think about it, face it for their own protection, and then you have the ones that have always been, I guess, grown into being loud about it.
yeah,
And both are okay.
right.
You know, where I'm sure you feel guilt and shame about not saying something and feeling like you're protecting, where I felt in a lot of instances that I've had the guilt and shame for being loud about it. Like,
Well,
how
because
dare you
my
do
parents
that?
are still happily married, even though the first quarter of their relationship was very traumatic to myself and all of their kids to
And
witness.
see, my mother is still married to the man that SA'd me for 7
Right.
years.
Right. And so it's a really hard decision to just recognize once you what you went through and if it was real and if it's okay to speak on that, because you see that they, like, my parents went through craziness and they're not like that. Like the past 10 years, and I don't see the future of their relationship ever going back to what we went through as children, but it was very domestically violent. And the relationship she had before that was as well with my biological father. And
But
so
I
yeah.
want to reiterate to you that it is okay to speak your truth.
Yeah. Because I think that's what's
Because it's
kept
your
me quiet for
truth.
so long, is that they worked through it and they got through it. So I was like, okay, well, this is just normal. You know,
Well,
people go through this and it's
congratulations to
normal.
them, but what about you?
Right.
Yeah, it was a different time in the world, this country, and I don't think it's necessarily right.
Let me just say, we're lucky that they got through it. We're lucky. We really are. We're lucky because a lot of these situations don't come out like this. They come out like what you and Nikki went through, Jim. You know?
And this is where Justin's books, I think, really come in handy, because people our age, the amount of us who are estranged from our parents because of those reasons, that number is so high.
And I'm not estranged from my parents, is the weirdest thing. We have a good
I
relationship
am.
now, but it was
I
a very bad relationship for about 10 years.
my mom
I've
is
been on my own since I was 15 because of it. Long story short, me and him were literally rolling on the ground, beating the living crap out of each other, and my mom stood there and watched.
Oh, we
And
except for my
we
parents,
got,
mom as well.
yeah, we got done, and he got up and he went to the bedroom and packed his bag, and my mom was standing in the entryway, and she said he come rolling through, you know, with his bag, and she's like, "Where are you going?" And he said, it's either she leaves or I leave." It was Wednesday. It was 9 p.m. at night. I was 15 years old, and she looked at me, shoved me out the front door, and slammed it in my face and said, "Bye."
Wow.
And if it wasn't for my uncle and my grandmother, I don't know where I would be. My grandmother was my advocate. She's the one she was a very, very strong woman, and very loud, which is very contradictory from the generation she came from. And you know, she had always tell me, you know, it's okay to feel what you need to feel, but it's not okay to unpack and stay there. And if it's your truth, scream it from the mountaintop, even if you're standing there alone.
Yeah. Well,
And so when she found out what was going on and confronted her daughter about it, her daughter and her became estranged because of it.
well, and I think that's why it's so important, and that's what I've learned through all of this that we've been talking about. And let me just clarify that the idea of DV even came from this missing Kahleb Collins case because we think that it's possible here. But like, I even came to this idea that it was possible to think about because of that, and I just realized that there are different situations. You know, it's not all like the movies. It's not all, you know, some terrible thing where the kids get hurt and the mom has to make this horrible decision or this terrible decision or this hard decision against the dad because of that. It's not always like that. My parents never tried to hurt us as kids. You know what I mean? But it impacted us.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say is that it did hurt you because it impacted you and it
Yeah.
changed the trajectory of how you viewed
Oh, it
relationships.
completely
Yeah.
impacted relationships that I actually came in. In fact, I thought for the longest time that like there was no way I was going to deal with anybody who would ever possibly introduce DV into my relationships. And then it happened. It happened in the in the worst way possible. I mean, I was absolutely, I was strangled, you know what I mean? Like, and that was just one part of that situation. So, you know, I mean, like, it was just, I don't know. That's just, that situation is just, it's just, there's so many aspects of it. It's not just one way or the other. There's just so many aspects. I'm sorry, I've got family pulling. I've got to mute for a second.
Uh, it's all good. It looks different in every household. It really does.
I don't want to Irish goodbye like I always do, so I'm going to say goodnight, all, and keep sharing your stories, ladies.
Good night, Nikki.
Good night,
Good
Dan.
night.
I forgot this was your live, Dan, because
I
Chip's
had to mute for a second. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, no Irish goodbye. I got you.
Put me in a big box because we had Ashley up there who was missing, and thank God she was found this evening safe. But
Yeah, that's the best news tonight.
Wait, so Ashley was found.
she was found safe. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Amazing.
Yeah. My buddy was the detective on it, so he was texting
These
me.
things make me feel so good. I report on so many terrible things. These make me feel so good.
He just got off, and he was like, I'm off the next 2 days. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to be in contact with my boss. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, your other guys are on it. Like, you gotta unwind. You gotta spend time with your family because Nikki's good friends. My wife Nikki is good friends with his wife, and he's like, I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to be on this. I'm going to be looking. I'm going to be researching. And then he's like, dude, you're never going to believe this. And I'm like, they found her safe. And he was like, how do you know?
Oh my God, that's amazing.
I'm like, I got the word probably the same time as you. So yeah, I can't let out too many details on it, but it sounds like she was in contact with an older person.
I love it, and it's absolutely sad at the same time because I really don't feel like that's what we're going to have for baby Caleb.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, Jim, I can understand his perspective because I'm not law enforcement, but I do advocate for all these children. And my mod to tell you, we very rarely sleep when it comes to children's cases.
Well, and I'll be honest with you. He's been a cop for a long time. He was a volunteer firefighter with me. I'll say it again. I went to the prom with his sister, his older sister, because he's much younger than me. And we ended up becoming very, very good friends. Later on, he joined the volunteer fire department that I was part of. He was one of my proteges, and he went on to law enforcement. Not going to hold it against him, not becoming a firefighter, but He's one of the guys who cares, but he's always been like a really, really strong back to blue type of guy. And then when it came to Gabby and a lot of things that happened to her, he was like, that wasn't really done right. So once he made detective and he gets cases like this, he really pours his heart and soul into it. He really does. And the only thing I worry about him is that he's trying to go to homicide. And I know how much he puts into these major cases that he gets and how much he cares, that I wonder, like, if he gets into something like homicide, how it's going to affect him. That really worries me. But no matter what route he chooses, he's going to be amazing. He really is. He's a star. He's a great kid.
Let me just say that my ex is a firefighter. My ex mother-in-law, who I'm still close to, is EMS. So I have contact with him all the time, and I know how hard the job is in general. Like, it's just it's as hard as being a cop, honestly. With it.
We talked about this. I think while I was out golfing was it last week? I guess yeah, it was right before Christmas. I went golfing with Joe. I know cops really get a bad name for their high level of DV amongst themselves and their own family. The people who really fly under the radar are fire and EMS. Our rates are just as high.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I said, my ex, well, both my ex mother-in-law and my ex husband.
When
Same
I
thing.
started doing research and trying to find out like info, statistics on training, blah blah blah, it just kept coming up with paramedic DV's wife, paramedic unalived's wife, firefighter convicted of this, and it goes on and on. And for me, a lot of it goes back to, and I'm not looking to deflect or place blame, because people consciously make the decision to be an abuser or not be an abuser. But when you go through childhood trauma and you don't get the proper care for that, a lot of those people go on to positions of helpers.
Right.
They get into the helper profession, police, fire, EMS, advocates, doctors, without really taking care of their past trauma. And then they go into these highly stressful jobs and they take on that additional trauma onto them. And then that projects onto other people.
Oh, and it's a lot. The amount
It is.
you guys take on is a lot. It's a lot.
I won't, so as a woman, I've always had a rule. I won't date police, firemen, any first responder because of that. Because once you know that statistic, you can't. And outside of the other of, the statistics on cheating and X, Y, and Z, it just keeps going. And unfortunately, we need these people, but when it comes to relationships, it's very, very, very rarely does it work.
The department that I work for now, I'm not going to name them, because the minute I mention their name, they have this whole thing where it pops up in their algorithm and goes into their media. But it's a rather large fire department. It's the fourth largest fire department in the state of Florida. I work in public relations and public education, training, and when it comes to certain topics that are really, it's kind of like a bad pun, but like hot topics in Florida. So you want to talk about children getting left in hot cars.
Oh, God.
It happens all the time down here. So we work with a lot of other organizations down here in the state. And so like every June they do like a whole promotional thing about
it, yeah.
Not losing kids. And they're like, oh, we can't do it here. Well, why? Well, one of our firefighters was studying really hard for a promotion, left this kid in the car, and the kid was deceased. So don't do it.
God.
So then, this was years before I started. And then now I come in and I'm like, they finally figure out who I am. And I'm like, hey, listen, I got this really great training I want to bring to you guys. 47 firehouses, 1,200 firefighters. I want to bring this DV training to you, specifically strangulation training. And it took a little bit of back and forth, but I got called in and I had all of the chiefs, like the heads of the families, were all sitting there. And they're like, state your reason why you want to do this. So I did. And they're like, we got you, we hear you. And so they're like, yeah, we're going to do the training. And I'm like, wow, that's great. Awesome. Like, we'll have it out by this date. And my boss comes to me and is like, I'm really surprised they did it. I'm like, why? She was like, because we had a firefighter here arrested for strangulation of his girlfriend. They stray away from that. And I was like, oh, but for some reason they went with it. But yeah, I mean, it's here. It's in our profession too. So it's just something that's not talked about.
I just also,
and it's really not talked about within the first responder community itself at all.
no.
Oh, thank you, Dan, for taking me out of the big box. Like, I've been on there for a while.
Dan, I think I was cutting you off. Were you trying to say something?
No, I wasn't saying something. I was just adjusting this screen.
Listen, it's something that I've been saying I'm in Ocala, Trump girl. I'm in Tampa. I'm like hour and a half south of you. A lot of emergency. Yeah.
Oh, I'll be down at Disney in March.
Hey, we're like an hour and a half away. Call us up.
Hello, might be.
And Cedar Tree posted something earlier on. I know I already gave like a plug for it, but I do not get.
I love Cedar. I love Cedar.
Royalty from anything. So, Killers of the Flower Moon is a really good book, for one, and the next one for mental health. It is a great book. The Body Keeps the Score.
The Body Keeps the Score. What is that about?
So it's a whole book. There's a lot of, it's not too crazy, but there is a lot of medical mumbo jumbo in there. It's a Dutch writer, and it's about mental health, and it talks about a lot of stuff, specifically like adverse childhood experiences and things like that, and how basically your brain rearranges the deck of memories in your head, and how to deal with it, and how they figured out how your body goes through trauma, how it deals with it, expected routes on where you go, and how we can intervene on that, like prior to like something bad happening. But it's a really, really, really good book. It really is. The Body Keeps the Score. Fight, flight, or fawn. Basically, yeah, kind of like that. But it's what happens with mental trauma is like things happen, especially when you're younger. You don't realize it's happening, but your brain is like taking like an index card.
Oh, I can attest to that. Oh, I can attest to that.
Sticking it in the brain, and then you don't realize it, and all of a sudden something triggers that card. Boom! That card's in the front of your brain.
Oh yeah, isn't that called PTSD? Honestly,
it is. It is PTSD, but it talks about a lot of different things, and it is really good. And it was out of Boston. I forget the hospital up that way where this doctor did a lot of research back in. I think it started in like the 70s, 80s. But there's a lot of good things that can rearrange those deck of cards in your head. EMDR is one of them. I somehow miraculously did EMDR on myself without ever actually having to go through the actual EMDR process.
Oh, wow.
I would say the MDR process is amazing.
It is.
I've been through therapy. I don't think I've been through that. So that's amazing.
You would know if you went through EMDR.
Yeah. I have been diagnosed with PTSD personally, so That would be interesting to just go through. But
You know how terrible I feel when I respond to like an email and somebody's like, "Oh, blah blah blah. Hey Jim, do you know so and so from here?" I'm like, I think I do, but I don't, because my stupid ass PTSD brain doesn't allow me to remember that. I worked in a firehouse for 22 years with the same people, and then all of a sudden I forget their names, I forget everything about them, and I'm like, good old what's his face.
yeah.
But EMDR is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. So it's a psychotherapy technique that helps people process disturbing memories and reduce the distress.
Oh, wow.
So what it does is it takes those really bad memories, it makes you realize them. So, a lot of times people in their minds, they have like this feeling like I'm at fault for this thing that happened. And through intensive therapy and this eye movement technique and everything they use, it makes you realize I couldn't have stopped it. I didn't realize all of that, or I'm looking at it from a different angle, and then it takes like a good memory with that person or that instance or whatever it is. It takes that good memory and it puts it in the
Replace
front.
it.
And it takes that other stuff and it puts it back into
Oh, that would be amazing. Wow.
For me, it was a lifesaver.
That would be amazing.
And I explained it terribly, and Cedar Tree, who is very well versed in this, it mimics REM sleep and allows us to reprocess and reorganize memories.
Oh, wow. I feel like I'm going to take that to my therapist, honestly. Because don't think I've been talking to you guys about anything and haven't, I've been seeing a therapist for years, okay, guys? So, yes.
Here's the thing about therapists, too. Not every therapist is meant for each person.
Well, you have to,
True.
sometimes you have to bring them what you need. And sometimes they're still not the right person, and you need to go find the right person. And that's the way it is, too. I've been through a few of them,
You gotta find the right person.
Right.
You do. Like for me as a first responder, we are a special breed when we come through there. So for me to just find any old person who does therapy, social work, I can't walk in there and spend the first 3 or 4 visits explaining my job, what I used to do, the things I responded to, because they're going to be like, "Oh my God, like that sounds terrible." Like, no, that's not what I'm here for. Like I'm here for something else. Like, please stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Cedar Tree wants to come up. Yes, please bring her up.
I mean,
So
can we
I
just
do PFA for like my team and when I'm out and stuff like that. And I always kind of laugh because, here I am, I'm doing PFA on scene for other first responders and stuff like that. But I'm like, so, yeah, who's qualified around me to do PFA for me?
right?
And so I have to go to my therapist and have the PFA, so
Right.
it's just weird. It's, we just saw the same things. We just experienced the same things, but yet I'm the one doing the
experience
PFA for every.
in the different ways. We all experience our own different ways and different traumas.
Exactly. And so I'm I'm making sure and checking in with everybody while they're there, but yet I've got to wait until I get home.
And for anybody who came in here, looking for Kahleb Collins updates, this is all relevant because it's very possible that there were DV situations going on with this case.
And not only that, but the grandfather that had guardianship of this was arrested and convicted for domestic violence.
Yes, that's why all of this is so relevant. So it's so relevant that we're talking about what we've gone through, but he has apparently committed DV situations, been charged, prosecuted, I don't know, but charged.
He was convicted.
Okay, charged and convicted. And I mean, we're talking about
There's been situations where people have talked about the mom possibly having dealt with it from the dad, which we don't know for sure. Cedar's here. I want Cedar to talk.
Hey. No, I was going to let you finish what you were saying.
No, babe, go. It's cool. You're good. You're good, babe. Go ahead.
Dan muted me.
I don't think he did.
He did. Oh. I was just going to add something really quick to Jim. Something that he had said about finding the right therapist. So if you guys don't know, I know a lot of you know that I worked in a hospital setting as a social worker in the medical field. But I'm a clinical social worker, so I do therapy with patients. And what I tell every single patient the first time that I meet with them, and I'm going to tell all of you, I talk to them about shoes. Sometimes it takes trying on a couple different pairs of shoes before you find the ones that are comfortable, that fit, that you feel like you can walk around with or walk around in for a while.
Yes.
And so if you're meeting with the therapist and you're walking around for a little bit and it's rubbing wrong or something doesn't feel right, it's okay to try on a different pair of shoes. And,
That's
you know,
so
every
true.
therapist that you meet with has, yeah, we're all similarly trained, but we have different backgrounds. We have different personalities. We have different specialties. We have different areas of interest. We are human beings too. And so
Right.
if you do it respectfully, you're never gonna, well, I shouldn't say never. I tell my clients, if you do it respectfully, you're never gonna hurt my feelings in being honest with me about saying, this just doesn't quite feel right. It doesn't feel like the right fit. I help you find the next person who might hopefully be the right pair of shoes for you. Because my job is to help you.
Because I've had people that I don't like. I'm like, oh, we're not a good fit, and I will go find another person. No, you're
Yeah.
exactly right with that.
And I think the important thing is that you do take that step to find the next person, which can be absolutely exhausting, right? And sometimes, unfortunately, therapists get offended when you tell them that, which is absolutely ridiculous in my mind. Because my job is to help you figure out what's going on with you. And if I'm a barrier to that, or the way that I do therapy and things like that is a barrier to you getting the help that you need, then why are you even there? And why am I involved in that?
Right.
So if you do it respectfully, keep going. It can get exhausting. And there are absolutely horrible therapists out there. Thankfully, they are getting less and less. But I definitely have clients who have horror stories about their experience with therapy from childhood, and they're completely like, I don't even know why I'm here. It's never worked with me. Therapy's never been good for me before. I've had all these terrible experiences with therapy. And I always tell them like how proud I am that they reached out, that you are there, you're trying again, and hopefully this is a better experience for you. But you've had a bad experience before does not mean that you can't find someone who is the right fit for you.
Well, no, and that's exactly correct, because I've had people that, like, as a therapist, they'll want to dig into things that's in a way for me that is uncomfortable and it doesn't feel healthy and it's not quite a fit for me.
Yeah.
And I will go find somebody else. And it doesn't make that therapist a bad person. They're just doing their job. They're just trying to dig into things for you. But if it wasn't for you, then you just move on to the next person. And that's just the way that therapy can work.
Beast and Beauty, your comment, it takes months to open up and then it's the wrong fit. I absolutely hear that. Unfortunately, the mental health world, like a lot of other professions, we are going through a major shortage. Mental health needs are only increasing. I think there's always been a mental health need, but we've never really had a permission to seek out mental health care. And so it's becoming more widely accepted slowly over time. And so now we have, especially since COVID, to be honest, that was a whole like worldwide trauma that we all went through. No matter what you think about it, that is what it was. And so more and more people, especially over the last few years, have been reaching out for therapy that have never reached out before. And we don't have enough providers to meet the demand. And so you're seeing these long wait lists, and you're seeing months to get in sometimes, depending on, you know, who takes your insurance and how much does it cost out of pocket, and are they even taking new clients? And so I know that it is exhausting. Because it's like I've been waiting 3 months to get this appointment, and I finally meet you, and we have this one session, and right off the bat, it feels
Yeah.
wrong. Or we have a couple of sessions, and it feels wrong. So
It's
I get
okay
that.
to keep
I want to
searching,
validate that for you.
right? Like it's okay to keep searching though. Like
It is
that's the
okay to keep
important part.
searching.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's okay
but
to
it is
keep searching.
exhausting.
It is exhausting, but it's important because I have had therapists that were not a very good fit, and I've had therapists who have just skyrocketed me to new levels. So it's important, you know.
Yeah.
Please don't give up.
Nope.
Yeah, please don't.
Please don't give up. Don't give up. You'll know when it's right. And I'll tell you, long before Gabby, I was seeking help for my work stuff, and I didn't find the right one. And it wasn't until November of last year, after Gabby, that I found the right person.
You know, listen, I have an 18-year-old, and it scares me to death that, like, she, like, part of her wants to be still a baby and part of my life and me take care of her, but part of her wants to be on her own and in college and do her own thing. And it scares me to death that anything can be possible, you know, that can happen to her. And I don't know what to do with it. As being a true crime advocate, like, I don't know what to do with it. It scares me to death.
Yeah. Parenting is one of the scariest, most difficult, and yet often most rewarding jobs we will ever have. And for how many books there are out there about parenting or how many helpful pieces of advice there are, it doesn't come with a rule book,
No.
right? Your kids are completely different. I have two kids and they are absolutely opposite from each other. And so my
Same.
rule book looks different based on just my two children. And so there's
Same.
not a manual of how to do it. We figure it out as we go. And we hope that we do the best that we can along the way to teach them what to look for, how to be protected, how to stand up for themselves, to instill these things in them. But at the end of the day, we only get so many years to do that. And they're their own people. And
Peter, you are
so we
like
have to.
the epitome of all of my nightmares, honestly. Like, I don't mean that in a bad way, but like, those are all the things that I've woken up in the middle of the night, like, did I teach her enough? Did I say enough? Did I teach her all the things to be scared of? Did I teach her all the things to be careful of? Like, those are all the things. And like, I don't know if there's ever enough.
That's the vulnerability that I talk about as a man and a dad with Gabby. The things
Yeah.
that don't sit right with me, even though she was 22 years old. You know, it's like spend your whole life raising these kids and protecting them and doing everything you can, and hoping that you get them to that
Yeah.
place where off they go.
Yeah.
But
It's
no matter,
terrifying.
I literally wake up in the middle of the night, honestly, like so much, and just think like, oh my God, did I say enough? Wait, did I tell him about this? Did I tell him about that? Like, I literally wake up in the middle of the night and think about that all the time.
I talked about this before Christmas. I was with my two younger daughters when Emma Ray from Long Island, New York, first went missing. I'm in, not Kohl's, one of the stores at the Home Goods, whatever it was, for Christmas, talking to them about human trafficking. You know, that's something that I never thought I would discuss with them ever, but that's where I found myself talking, because here I was, I'm on a live and I'm doing all this other stuff, and I'm like, all right, we got to go get mom's Christmas presents, and you know what, I got to tell my daughters about this. You know, it's a dynamic world. It's always changing, and
It is. I think the other part of it too, sorry, the other part of it too is we want, like, there's so many things we want to teach them about being safe and how to protect yourself and what to look for and did I do all the things? And at the same time, we don't want to teach them to live terrified of living their life every moment of every day, right? And so how do we do that in a way that we're teaching them those things and yet also encouraging them to go out and pursue their dreams and live their life and not live in fear every moment of every single day. It's definitely a balancing act.
It's balance.
Yeah,
Be aware.
that's where bringing in situational awareness comes into play.
Yes.
Making sure that they can live their life, but always be aware of anything that can happen, such as who you talk to online, um, stuff like that. Don't For children, don't talk to strangers. If you
Yep.
don't know them, don't talk to them.
I have to point out that Cedar and I think, actually might potentially be long lost relatives.
We might be long lost relatives. That is true. We're trying to figure that out.
I don't know, Jim. I look more like you than Cedar does.
Well, let me tell you, you have not seen me, in some of the TikTok clothing that they've offered me to demo, so you don't know that.
Now, guys, we have been at this for 6 hours, just about. Those who are not in this Facebook group, make sure you guys join. My mods will definitely get you in, as long as they make sure that you're not related to the grandfather or friends with anybody related to the grandfather. Because what we post in there, they don't need to see. But at the end of the day, the number one goal is to bring awareness to this story, and everything that was talked about tonight is connected to this story one way or another, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be child abuse, whether it be SA. All of that is connected. Fighting to get justice for these children, fighting to get justice for DV victims, fighting for justice for all missing people is the ultimate goal. And the only way we can do that is by continuing to fight day in and day out. But I do have to get out off this thing, guys.
I feel like you've been trying for a while, but it took legs.
No.
I want to say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I want to say thank you to everybody.
Before you
I
go,
think he got you 10K, by the way. Hang on. I think he
congratulations
got her
on the
10K. Yeah.
Yep. They were already celebrating in the comments earlier. So I truly appreciate you guys.
And I will explain to you what that means that you can do with that account now. That will help benefit what you do as an organization.
Yes.
Okay.
But I appreciate all of you guys. But why we like you here? Because you complain I keep you up all night. So how you like that? But I do got to get off here. We have reached 26,000 people today. That
That's
puts our
amazing.
total, since we started covering this case, no, Terry, to 300,000 people just in live streaming. So I do appreciate each and every one of y'all, but we do got to jump off here. We can pick this up again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
I have to go fishing tomorrow morning out in Tampa Bay, so.
Well, you specifically said tomorrow morning, so 6:30 p.m. is the morning.
I should be able to get on. I don't know what condition I will be to get on. That's the only thing.
Oh, is it going to be a repeat of the golf? The
As
golf
long
thing
as
with
you tell me how
Papa
many fingers
Petito?
I'm holding up.
Hey, I didn't
He
throw
needs
up.
to come on with his purse and his favorite red dress that he got sent to him.
Oh, geez, hold on, my bubble's here.
Sarcastic. We start at 6:30 Central Time. Hi, kitty, kitty. Don't let him take you to Springfield.
I'll rescue Kitty, not to be confused with our rescue dogs.
But we're generally live at 6:30 Central Time unless an Amber Alert goes off. Until we get more Amber Alerts, our focus is bringing answers to Caleb. That doesn't mean I won't be making videos of other missing people, but the live streams until we get an Amber Alert are going to be solely focused on Caleb.
Yep.
And bite your tongue. I'm not going to say the Q word.
No, you better not.
I'm not going to say it. Won't do it. Not going to happen.
Jim, be careful because Bree does have the ability to mute you. So
Bree likes me. You know I say.
Yeah, but not if
Did
you
I
say
miss
that
something?
word.
I do say Arkansas all the time.
Yeah, that word will get you muted for sure. All right, you guys all have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good night.
yeah, we will see you guys all tomorrow. And
Nice.
Bailey, congratulations. I will text you and tell you what you can do with that account now.
Yeah, girl.
Okie dokie. Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
All right, have a
Okay.
wonderful night, y'all.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Night.